One.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Westeros. You are here just in time for a very special episode of A Sea of Spears. Partially because it's episode 69 and I'm 12 years old.
Nice.
Partially because it's going to be a little bit of kind of a holiday special thing. Kind of coincidentally here, amidst the holiday season, we'll do some gift exchangey stuff, but also because at long last, it is time for the wedding of Rhaena Nymerian to Willis Tyrell, the heir to the Stoneway and the heir to Highgarden, will be joined together in holy matrimony before the seven, and yeah, like all kinds of stuff, politics, family members, everyone. So it's been a week now, plus there's a day or two extra in there of the young scions of House Nymerian hanging around in Highgarden with officially booked social events and mandatory relaxation, basically, as the Queen of Thorns, Lady Olenna Tyrell, had this whole week plotted out for you lot in order to encourage the continued commingling of the Nymerians and their friends and allies with Tyrell and their friends and allies. And for the most part, it's gone actually, pretty swimmingly. She has not summoned each of you to Mace's Solar at the end of the day to like excoriate you completely, right? Like it's been going pretty all right.
Didn't we only get summoned one day?
Yeah,
Yeah, it wasn't even our fault.
Yeah, and that
Ellie's
wasn't.
fault.
Yeah, it wasn't like a big thing. She didn't have any of you flogged. There was nobody following you around with like switches the whole week, or ringing a bell and yelling shame. Like honestly, it's been a pretty chill week of mandatory relaxation.
Hey, I was promised the shame lady was on vacation.
She's saving up her shaming arm for after your wedding.
She's away being in Ted Lasso.
Yeah, she's
Smart.
she's resting. So it's been a week. It's been a pretty good week. You guys have gotten along for the most part with your Tyrellian hosts and vice versa. You've been busy with your own not necessarily romantic schemes, but they were mostly romantic schemes. You took advantage of the pleasure barge ride to gossip, and your afternoon of hawking with the ladies, and your ride with the ladies and the hunt, and then some chit chat during just yesterday's riding Quintain and archery contests and all that sort of thing. And you've got some schemes in play, but now it's time for mega scheme to finally pay off, and for Rhaena to get a little Willis in her woo-woo, because it is what? It's called romance. Look it up.
That was not romance.
That was totally romance.
This is my life, y'all.
Well, I'm glad I've not been getting any romance, because that was horrifying.
Steamy.
Right?
Calm down.
I know, I'm sorry.
Oh my
Can we take a break?
We should have put an adult warning on our stream today. 'Cause things are getting hot and heavy. So, let's pick up wedding morning. The ceremony proper is supposed to be right at high sun, and then it will be the long feast with gift giving throughout afterwards, as they show off the bounty and wealth of the Reach, and also put up a bit of a gate against the pores, by everybody exchanging gifts. Um, you know, expensive gifts are good. Heartfelt expensive gifts are better. But it's just a bit of a reach tradition, um, where they go like, look, everybody thinks the Westerlands are the richest. Wink, right? And then they just give each other cool stuff all the time. So that way, it's not just going to be the bride and groom getting presents. Everybody kind of gets to. But High Sun is supposed to be the ceremony. There in the tremendous Castle Sept here in High Garden. Let's go, Raina. What's doing? How you feeling? How's things?
I'm pretty sure Raina's entire morning begins with a bath of, I don't know, milk and rose petals or some shit. Right? I mean,
Yeah, and then they very carefully have you pour the used milk and rose petal water back into the buckets for the kitchen.
oh, come on, stop.
What?
Uh,
What?
Like,
so that's like a long, luxurious bath, and then
There's a
hours.
long history of making cheese out of that
Yeah.
sex.
as a wedding gift to the guest.
We have been live for 6 minutes, and I already want to just pass away.
Oh, less time than
Hey.
anticipated.
And hey, Kamasi, good to see you. Thanks for coming by the show. But yeah, Raina's been pretty busy this morning, getting scrubbed clean, and then grappled and wrestled into her dress, and
Have
stuff
to
like
fix
that.
the hair, have to do the henna, have to do the jewelry, have to the perfumes and oils and all that shit.
That said, as long as it does not disrupt that process, you are allowed to, summon people. Not Willis. He's not supposed to see you today. But, you could...
At all.
Yeah, ever.
It's gonna be invisible at the wedding.
We're taking his eyes.
Cool.
Wow, that escalated quickly.
Going.
I got it from that little book of House Will wedding traditions.
Hey.
Everyone gave me.
You are not supposed to talk about that. That was a private glimpse into that book.
Oh.
So yeah, you can be getting, pried into your, I don't know,
Stuff.
herringbone corset or whatever, while somebody else is standing there not being wrestled into a herringbone corset stuff, So like, is there anybody in particular that Raina is calling to her chambers to?
I want Bailey to be with me
Other-
today.
Okay, don't say it like it's obvious. I don't
She's
know
my
your
twin
life.
sister.
Okay.
We've been married. Sheesh.
Mm-mm.
So all right. That leaves Balin Swan, who refuses to go in. He's like, nope, bad luck. And he's like,
What?
it's,
I'm not marrying him.
the groom isn't supposed to go in there. He says, backing away with his hand on his sword, as the handmaidens are, doing their work. But yeah, so he kind of jokingly walks off and just says, I'll leave you to it. You're twins. So all right.
Yeah, I think that's him like trying to be polite about like I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing.
And not wanting to stand in the way, like the same way your average civilian would feel out of place in a military camp or whatever. Like he's like, no, I'm not going to be in the way of this. Yeah.
My
Stand there and
rooms,
let us look at you.
my rooms have been slowly morphing into the bride's suite over the last several days. So I think everything is in here. Bayla's dress, Bayla's jewelry, everything's gonna be here for us to get dressed together. Because I'm not doing this by myself. All these people are touching me. And it's weird. But so I can count on Bayla to be my anchor in a good way.
Your hench wench.
Yeah.
My
Yep,
henchman.
I'm there.
Marjorie and Desmera are also present, basically being sergeants to the handmaidens and like
Is
relaying
Lady Olenna
orders.
here?
No. she sent them with orders that they are relaying in the voice of Lady Olena, but like more pleasantly because it's those two. But then they're also kind of trying to run interference for you. They're trying to run interference to anyone else that comes into the room. Marjorie and Desmera are gonna like cut them off and see who they are and what they need, and does it actually need to bother Reyna, and that sort of thing. So they're running a
So the
little
girl's
interference for
basically
you.
running, uh, basically paging for the ladies right now, like running back and forth for stuff and.
To an extent, yeah. And then like the three Tyrell cousins that have fawned over the pair of you in the past, like they're helping with all of this and running messages and yeah. And the Lady Olena has seen to it that the squires and pages are basically following Balin Swan's lead. She's like, we don't need any silly little boys getting in the way. There's work to be done, right? That type of attitude is in place. So it is largely a ladies only chamber with bustling ladies work.
Okay. Okay. It's really hard for me to pick out when in the cycle it's going to pop up on the stream, but Raina's wedding gown is on the rotating image in the lower right hand corner.
Yeah, right now, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, it
right
just
now.
changed. Literally, it just changed.
Good timing. But yeah, it's in there, and yeah.
And I don't know how that's going to time out with like us in the stream,
Right.
but it's the one with two people, like a lady
Yeah.
from the back and a lady from the front. Only all of that gilt embroidery looking stuff is actually like roses on vines and wyverns all twisted up together, and yeah.
If I can interrupt just real fast, I'm going to very early in the morning have a handwritten note sent to Rita. I sent you a message as to what it is. Flea.
Oh, lovely.
So
Picture her sipping champagne.
Joy Hill will come scurrying up, as she's the one that Martin Lannister handed the note off to. So yes, young Joy Hill will come looking kind of wide-eyed in the chamber. She is not used to being part of this sort of war council and the hustle and bustle. But yeah, she will approach you with a note. From your brother, milady.
Which one?
Sir Lucan.
Right. We'll open it. And then Robert will say what the note is.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it says, to my noble sister, I know it's always been you two inseparable, but on this, the eve of the day our family grows, would you consider inviting my bride-to-be with you and Bela to help or aid as needed? As she is soon to be a new sister of yours, I would consider it a great kindness.
She's actually a really good person to have around too, because she's so no bullshit.
She's very like chill and direct. Yeah.
Yes. Well then, we should send for her. We should send for the Velena.
Velena of House Toland of Ghost Hill. Joy nods like matter-of-factly.
Oh bless, she's like memorized everything.
I'll see if I can find her, my lady.
Thank you, Joy.
She gives a pretty okay little curtsy, and then kind of wide-eyed takes in the room again. You're not sure if she's terrified or wistful or both as she scurries away. Because this is like opulence and splendor and stuff too on display, and kind of the pinnacle of what most noble ladies aspire to. But at the same time, she's also not sure how much you've chosen this wedding, because most noble ladies don't. She's not, so it's complicated feelings. And off she skitters. And it's going to be a little while before she can find Velena and bring her. But yeah.
I don't invite the brothers, although maybe later in the process when she's dressed. But but not in the beginning of the morning because that would just make them uncomfortable. And then I would never hear the end of it.
All right. Any particular conversating going on between Reyna and Bela, say, before Velena arrives? Like anything, just general
stuff.
Okay.
Honestly, it's probably like house management stuff.
trying to keep herself busy and thinking about other things.
Like sharing thoughts because now she's not just minding the house, it's hers.
Getting there.
And so
like it's not yours yet. Like you haven't
no,
DM'd me anything about.
That's Will.
Okay. I thought you meant Nymarian. I was like,
no.
No, you said you weren't poisoning grandfather till after the wedding.
Yeah, we're not poisoning anyone. Yeah, we're talking about House Will. And,
House Will stuff. Gotcha.
Yeah, and like, how does it feel different? Because I know she's always wanted like her own land.
Yeah, yes, for a long time, and I didn't expect it to happen in this way exactly, but it's heckin' awesome, and I still need to come up with a new sigil for the house. And sort of like, it's interesting because there's like 3 histories coming together in this, right? Because like there's House Will, and then Nymarian, and also Swan as well, right? So I need to incorporate all 3, I think, into the new history and heraldry and banners going forward. I'm trying not to read the chat because it's gonna break me, I think. So
it will break you. Just don't do it.
It's some good advice in there, though. Okay.
Well,
I'm trying really hard.
In a few minutes, I will reflect on that advice. Yeah, I need to. I'm still working on ways. Balin, bless him. He I don't know if he has a real eye for the design of this. He's just like, he just said put them all on the banner, but he didn't really know how to put them together, which is like, okay, that's like the first step, right? But it's like, how do you arrange it? Like, how do you make it look good?
Because it could be, and you guys are, in a way, in some kind of uncharted territory here, because you're Dornish. So the normal rules are kind of gone. Like, normally it's just like, lol, screw the bride, her heraldry's gone, right? Like, it doesn't matter anymore. But because you're Dornish, it's an equality within the marriage, and in this case, you are the lady of House Will, and Balin is kind of, at this point, your knight consort. So it's like, how much do you have to integrate this? It's all really kind of up to you to just do what you want, which unfortunately also means you have less guidance.
Right.
With a lot of houses, it's an easy matter of, I'll just cut the shield in quarters and not change the heraldry. I'll just display, all 4 of them, or, whatever. But you guys have some interesting decisions going on. So, yeah.
And nothing against the heraldry of House Will, but a wyvern and a swan are pretty aesthetically pleasing together, and a snake biting a foot is a little bit
foot?
of a different.
Yeah, the snake's not so much a problem. The heel is way more of a problem than the snake is.
Yeah, if it was just a snake, no problem. We'll be fine. But like it's the snake and the heel together.
I guess if you're wanting to somewhat reform House Will, you could just remove the heel and just have the snake.
And that might be an excellent suggestion.
No.
And of course,
Sorry, I'm not
you're
here.
not there,
I'm
but
not-
you're certainly someone
have
I would
spoken
talk to
about
about this, from a design aspect of like bringing this together. So just because you're not here, I imagine we've either chatted briefly at some point or we're about to on
Sure.
the
Yeah,
journey
definitely.
home. That sort
Yeah,
of
that's
thing.
probably the kind of thing we would talk. That's absolutely what a thing that Adam would suggest.
Oh my god.
So yeah, it's an interesting situation though. It's largely uncharted territory that leaves, not coincidentally, player characters with the freedom to do what they want to look cool.
Right.
So yeah, it's up to you guys. Um,
What's going in my mind right now is to have like an image of Castle Will kind of in the middle, and then on the outside, in a ring, the three animals with just kind of leaving out that heel.
No foot.
Yeah, we're just not going to talk about the foot.
Leave the aspen, but no foot.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that because
so before too terribly long, Velena Toland does walk in. She manages to not look out of place despite being a Dornish warrior woman. Because, like you two, she's gotten the training in both. And as the eldest daughter by a lot, she's gotten a lot of the training in both. So she somehow manages to look as at home amidst this mess as she does in or as she did, in fact, you saw it in the, officers' tents when you were putting down the Vulture King rebellion and stuff like that. So she's somehow able to look in place in both of them. And Marjorie and Desmera are quick to put her to work, and occasionally they put Bela to work too. It's a matter of, hold this, don't let this come loose, or, that sort of thing.
I
But
am
yeah,
just a
they are,
mannequin.
yes, they are all hard at work, fixing up Raina's hair and decorating her and wrapping Willis's present in all manner of uncomfortable finery.
Like, do not sew me into this dress unless you wish it to be cut off by my own self.
So,
It's very to rip in a fit of passion.
Right. Because I know that's a thing. Do not sew me into this dress.
So, what else is Luke up to this morning? Anything in particular for like wedding prep or that sort of thing?
He just gets dressed and takes the Balin approach and avoids the chaos room.
Right. And you are not the only knight doing so. There's a tendency for a lot of the assembled knights and lords to be kind of mingling and hanging out with Willis instead. So it's kind of easy to find that group. It's also a little easier for them to make ready. They're still absolutely in finery. The Tyrell boys all look like they've stepped out of paintings. Right, you could tell that the Queen of Thorns spared no expense. But it's also just a lot easier to get into than the enormous indulgent luxury of what the bride goes through. So it's easy enough.
Luke will be wearing kind of his finest Dornish robes, kind of light colors, white and very light tans, just to kind of change the pace up a little bit. But other than that, he's basically going to look for Balon and hang out with the guys to stay out of the way.
Balin is kind of following Renly when in doubt, and Renly is near the Tyrell brothers, who he's good friends with. He visits Highgarden often, etc., etc. So yeah, you're all just kind of hanging out with Willis, who looks a bit nervous, but overall seems to be pretty positive about the whole thing. He certainly isn't like making a break for it, or
Eyeing the exits.
desperately calling to see.
Yeah, which horse was the fastest again?
Yeah.
Asking for a friend.
Yeah.
I mean, if he makes a break for it, as long as he hasn't gotten to a horse yet, he can't run very fast. So,
And he's not desperately calling for one last lap dance from a scullery maid or anything like that. Everything seems to be pretty chill.
Wait, where's
Oh,
Phileo?
I thought there
Yeah.
was gonna be scullery maids giving lap dances.
didn't have a bachelor party or anything. Just what kind of place is this?
So what about Adam? What's Adam up to this morning in pre-wedding stuff?
Well, beforehand, he will have checked what Reina is going to be wearing, so that he carefully gets as close to upstaging her as possible without actually crossing the line.
Oh.
That's where my necklace went.
And he will have made sure that she knows that he is available if needed, but will otherwise not intrude, because while he could make himself fit into that world if necessary, it's not his. So, yeah, he'll be like, if you need me, send for me, but otherwise, I'll, see you at the sept. And will have put a lot of time into making himself look absolutely fabulous. And as you said, like he has stepped out of a painting. And yeah, we'll probably kind of do similarly, offer his services to Willis first, in the absence of Reina summoning him.
Right. You will not be summoned for work purposes, but you will be invited to such and such a chamber in the such and such a wing to share in the day with your new brothers. Is the little invitation as delivered, and you find what Luke found. It's the Tyrell brothers. It's Renly and Beric Dondarrion and Red Ronnet Connington, all kind of socializing, and Luke is there. What?
Barrick better be on his fucking best behavior. I don't want him mouthing off in there.
I don't think it's Beric we really need to worry about.
So to be clear, on your wedding day, you think Beric is going to tell his host, the heir to Highgarden?
I don't want him to say anything. I
Okay.
just want to get it right out there. Because he was really snarky to me in the last melee that we were in together.
Yeah, he was definitely not subtle about that. So
Sure, but that was
so it's not. I'd be surprised if Willis didn't already know and was just being politely quiet about it.
it was also a melee. Smack talking happens, and most people can't hear it. It's not like he was yelling it or
No, I know.
told Edric to stand there with like a bullhorn or something. He didn't rent out banner space on the walls of Wyvern's Rest and drop down a tapestry billboard of him finger banging you and Red Keep or something. Like it's
Wow. So I guess I'll then say that that is possibly something that would have been on Adam's mind. So if Reina had wanted Adam to quietly tell Beric to make sure he doesn't do that.
No, just be on hand and make sure he doesn't.
Okay,
Cut him
that's
off,
fine.
distract him, spill something on him. I don't care.
I think that you're all grossly overestimating Beric Dondarrion's courage at this point. You really think that on the day of the wedding,
No.
with Garland and Loris standing right there, with ceremonial swords or otherwise, he's gonna...
He'll wait until he's riding back home.
Yeah, he's... Okay.
I imagine it's just 10 minutes of silence, and then there. Speaking of finger banging Reina,
This is not gonna happen.
It's like, hey, listen, I heard you guys went for a walk in the garden. Does she still trim that shit? Right? What do you think is gonna? Like, it did not even occur to me that this would be a possibility for Barrick until you are suddenly panicking about it. Because that's just
And I,
not
he
a
can
good
be a
idea.
little indiscreet at times when he's in his puffs.
Okay. I think there's a difference between a little
Well,
indiscreet at times and taunting the groom on the day of his wedding. Like,
Yeah,
so,
I like to think he has a modicum more tact
yeah.
than that.
Well,
So
that's
so
why.
she's not wearing white, right? Because
She shouldn't be.
That doesn't exist in this world anyway.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
that's not much of a thing. But, like, also, just like white's kind of hard to like achieve.
Hard to do.
I mean, it's kind of a big deal that the Kingsguard have white cloaks because it's like hard to get things that white.
But yeah, no, Barrick Dondarrion is absolutely not doing that. Like I said, it didn't even occur to me, until just now. So I want you to think about what that says about you and what you think about Barrick. So everything's fine. And they're just kind of all hanging out. They seem to be talking about everything but the wedding as you show up, Adam. It's all, oh, yeah, I saw you riding that horse yesterday, and it took those corners real tight. And then Willis will, like, ask them, like, what was the horse's dad again? Oh, yeah, I thought it was that one, right? Like, they're talking horse flesh. They're talking about how the hawking went earlier in the week. Red Ron at Connington is half-heartedly haggling with Willis about trying to get a good courser from him because he's from the poorest house that's in the room, so he's kind of the only guy here without a Willis Tyrrell customized hot rod Mustang type of thing, right? So,
I don't think I have one either.
well, I mean,
Tyrell Hot Rod Shop. Ah, that's the FFAU right there.
but yeah, so they're just talking about the Westerosely equivalent of guy stuff, and really kind of pointedly not making a big deal out of the wedding. Nobody is humming funeral hymns or anything like that. They don't seem to have that type of relationship with Willis, and he hasn't been making those type of jokes. So yeah, it's just kind of a room where they're all studiously ignoring the nervous energy in the air.
And are the people named all that's here, or is there anyone?
There's a couple squires and stuff on hand in case they need to get sent somewhere. Ned is sitting there. He's not really taking part in the conversation, but as Barrack Squire and also as a visiting lord, he has been invited and is just kind of sitting in the room, hanging out. And yeah.
Okay.
Is there someone else that you would like to be there? Because again, I try to make the world fairly PC centric when it can. So you could have run into someone in the hallways on the way there, and they could be joining.
Yeah, no, I think because I've got some stuff on the agenda. It was just on the off chance I could sort of fold it in. But I don't think it involves Little Robert or Septon Jim, and I don't think either of them are going to specifically be invited. So it's
neither of them would be hanging out.
Yeah,
so.
it's fine.
All right.
So yeah, just hang out and basically kind of unless someone specifically kind of engages me, I'm just quite happy to quietly be around.
Yeah, and it's just going to be that kind of casual banter. They're keeping Willis from feeling nervous by talking about other things. They're telling Willis that they're proud of him by not saying that. They're reassuring him that married life is okay, like says Garland, by not saying that, right? Like they're just being dumb guys talking about wings and sports ball instead of hugging, right? Like they're just
I guess Adam will probably kind of briefly subvert that to tell Willis and his brothers and Renly and Lord Berwick just Ned how good they look. Just compliment them, and leave it at that. I guess.
Yeah, none of them are married there, are they?
Garland is.
Oh, okay.
Garland.
Yeah, he he is the old married man of the room. A couple of the rest of them are betrothed.
Yeah, like
but-
Barrick's betrothed.
But yeah, so yeah, they you get brief comments back, mostly deferring your compliment to the Lady Olena, except for Barrick, who's like, "Yes, thank you. Just had this new cape made, and look at the lighting, and like the lighting of the cape has subtle Nymerian wyverns and Tyrell roses on the interior pattern."
Well,
Uh,
This is for the occasion.
that is very beautiful, and you know I love a good cape.
So yeah, he's the only one that seems to have really been in charge of his own clothing today, except for Red Ronnet, who is kind of not dressed up as much because again he has different priorities, and B, he's in a little bit different tax bracket than most of these guys. But yeah, like it gets folded into the conversation, and then they actually kind of segue from that to. Have you heard what Lady Olena has planned for the feast? And oh, the dinner last night, and oh, that outfit she made you wear on the barge, and like you're definitely just like folded right into the conversation, and then they circle back around to just talking about the rest of the week and the preparations and
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
like,
it's
Adam
pretty chill.
likes horses and hawks and riding, and like he can talk about that stuff. He's not going to be
Yeah.
out of like they are talking about stuff he's interested in.
Yeah, so it's a little different, little different feel over there in the dudes' room. They're all just kind of vibing, and not,
We just need to show up.
yeah, like it's like whatever.
Nobody cares how we look.
There's the occasional joke about the wedding night, largely at Willis's expense. Like, listen, we know that you've seen a lot of horses do this. And, like, they start in like that, and then he punches somebody on the arm, and, just a little bit of shit like that. But for the most part, it's a pretty chill and stress-free room.
Well, also have begun drinking pretty much immediately.
Yeah, there's been, and then jump cut to Raina's room. There's a fire! There's a fire! No, just everything's,
I had a segue prepared.
Baylor's getting her initiative dice ready and stuff. Like,
No, it's just because the guys were talking more about just like relationship kind of stuff, and so
Right.
segue over to the women's room where Baylor is going in detail about having better luck raising her spear tip up about 2 inches because sometimes you can get right up underneath the scale armor. And then that'll put it right between the third and the fourth rib,
This lady gossip.
and if you're lucky, right into the heart instead of just the lungs, and that'll really mess them up.
It's a faster kill that way.
Yes.
Says
Valena nods in agreement. Marjorie and Desmera are quiet and a little pale. So things go fairly smoothly. The rest of the morning. They, in large part, the Maidens of the Reach have literally been training for this their whole life, right? Like these weddings and stuff is kind of what they aspire to as a people. These northern women, but kind of especially in the Reach, you suspect. So yeah, things go actually, pretty heckin' well. Anyone else have any particular plans pre-wedding, or do we want to jump cut to the sept?
I might have a pre-wedding gift for Rain, only because I think it might tie in pretty well. So I have a necklace that I think will work super well with your dress. It's a necklace with a jeweled pendant, and the pendant is a rose that is made of yellow diamonds with a shiny silver stem. And there's a rose gold wyvern that twists around the stem with rubies for wings.
Yes, I'm wearing this. This is amazing. This is beautiful.
Marjorie, yeah, Marjorie and Desmera have arrayed about 4 other small pillows with like pendants on them, and then they just shove them aside when they see Reyna giving one, or say Bela giving one to Reyna today. They just like, well, we needn't worry about these then, and yeah, so the choice is made handily and without fuss from them.
Excellent.
We put it on.
Yeah, I'll help you, of course.
That high. If not,
Yeah.
someone else does it. Yes, thank you. It's so sparkly.
Yeah. Just like your eyes.
Aw. Aw. She gets a little choked up now. All right, look, I'm not doing this.
So-
I'm not crying. Not today.
So, let's
Not for
go to the
later.
sept. Let's go to the chapel because we're gonna get married. The grand sept in Highgarden is grand indeed. I don't know if you lot have noticed, but Highgarden likes to spend money on fancy things like Highgarden. And their sept is certainly no exception. Destiny point for Rusty in real
Now
life.
got it, bud.
That's how I recover Destiny points. So it is a huge sept, and what is not polished and exposed wood that catches the light and reflects is painted white to reflect the light, and so it's the whole interior of this thing is aglow, and the sides of it are nothing but stained glass windows, with larger and fancier windows than you imagined existed, and it's just rows of them honoring Garth Greenhand alongside the Seven. He's of course the ancient founder of basically the Reach, this kind of fertility demigod in Westeros, from whom a lot of Reach nobility is said to be born. And yeah, it's just stunning. Is the only word for it. All of the churchy accoutrement are like gold and silver, so that even the humblest candelabra or whatever, just everything is fine. It is all fancier looking than you even saw in the sept in like the Red Keep, where in some ways Targaryen practicality or even just tradition, like a lot of what was in the Red Keep was like ancient stuff, right? The history kind of won out over the splendor.
Right.
In the Reach, the history is the splendor. So it is just a gorgeous sept, full of people wearing their finest garb. A few of the guests look a little uncomfortable in their clothing, and you realize that it is not theirs. It was left for them in their room. If the Lady Olenna found their clothes for the week not to be appropriate, like if they didn't seem to be well enough dressed, they had a nice outfit left for them, so that the guests in their entirety would look fine. So like Joy Hill is pretty heckin' dressed up. Cousin Elia, of course, who was not present to add to the chaos of Reyna's preparations, but she is all gussied up again, in an outfit clearly not of her own design, but it does include a viper with rubies for eyes as an armband, as a piece of jewelry. You don't know if she smuggled that out of Dorne, or if it was something that they had, ready to go. But as a bit of a nod, however grudgingly and reluctantly, to her noble blood, even the Red Viper of Dorne is, in a way, present.
Aw.
Damon Sand also has a clearly borrowed fancy outfit. That's right. But they're in appropriate colors. So yeah, everybody just looks real good. Ash, what's little Robert wearing? Because he certainly did not have his own fancy outfit ready to go.
No, so that's why, like, at the start of the week, Adam was like, "We're going to get you one." Sorry, when I kind of like I didn't mean to try to jump the queue.
No,
Yeah, like Adam for little Robert, Adam arranged a silvery grey doublet and breeches darted through with royal blue splits and accompanied by black leathers. And there's like a subtle silver thread embroidery pattern on the doublet that's reminiscent of the crenellations on top of the twins, and a royal blue cloak that has a silver bow and arrow cloak pin fastening it.
nice.
Very nice.
And the little archery touch. So yeah, he is definitely a little overwhelmed by his friend's generosity, but yeah, he's also a little uncomfortable in it because it's just finer stuff than he's used to. It's not his comfortable worn-in travel clothes, because surprisingly, Alysanne Mormont hasn't really been a stickler for fashion.
No.
Um, she Alysanne
Shocked.
Mormont is dressed up for this in a comparatively humble kind of northern style dress. It's not like a gown or whatever, right? But it is a dress. It's just it's rustic northern finery rather than reach finery, but it's the fanciest you've ever seen Alysanne Mormont dressed up. And she has part of the dress that does have like a fur trim, like one of the things you tuck your hands in, type of thing. Yeah.
Right.
So it's not her normal shaggy fur cloak type of thing, but they gave her a small nod to impropriety and are letting her have some fur trim. But she does also have on a clearly new brooch, or brooch,
Brooch.
yeah, like a pin, a button
Yeah.
type of, right? Yeah, okay. That is clearly painted wood, not gilded, but just like painted. But it's a Mormont bear. So it's kind of rugged travel finery that won't be a small fortune if she breaks or loses it. But she gets to have some fanciness.
Yeah, she's a long way from Bear Island.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she's in, stuff
I
that's
assume
comparatively.
That's right. I assume for a Mormont, not having furs is kind of like being naked.
Yeah, like they're just like, but how will we know? How will people know who we are? Right? Like they're just used to it.
That would be inappropriate. I have to wear some fur.
Yeah. So she's not dressed up like Marjorie, but she's dressed up for Alysanne Mormont, which is not too shabby.
But when she goes home, she's gonna be like the most worldly, well-traveled Mormont that is not exiled from Westeros.
Right, yeah. The most well-traveled that's allowed to come home again.
Yeah, that was not exiled for slavery.
Yep.
So go back and they'll be like, "What, you dressed fancy like some southerner?"
Oh, you're barely even in furs.
Yeah.
What a hussy. I started that mid-sentence. I remember the other Mormont, and I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, well.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Yeah, they got to add an asterisk to
There's
it.
two of them that aren't allowed to come home.
Oris is dressed up in an outfit of predominantly black, but with some blue in it that brings out and matches his eyes. It looks like he learned that trend from an outfit a certain somebody dressed him up in King's Landing, and has decided he's just gonna like do that every time he needs to be fancy. So
he's learned one good outfit, and he's gonna use. I fucking empathize.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, frankly, Adam's just like happy that Oris listened to him for once.
And it's clearly fairly new, and or very well kept. Like, he has not worn it until today. You suspect it may have been purchased with tourney winnings at some point, which is fairly lucrative. But yeah, it's definitely a lesson that he picked up and is like, all right, I know how to do the thing now. This is how I will always do the thing, and that works. But he is, he's got his hair back in a nice, neat looking ponytail, etc., etc. So he's cleaned up. Woolly Will has done his Woolly Willist without kind of blowing his cover. He is not going to ever clean up again and look like Sir Willem Derry. But he is carrying himself respectfully, even if he's, tired. The trip was pretty rough on him.
He's taken most of the bird's nests out of his beard.
Yeah, stuff like that. So he has, combed and cleaned up. But yeah, everybody is looking pretty fine. Grandfather is in the front. I don't recall there being a tradition of walking the bride down the aisle, so you're not gonna.
Well, I mean, the bride usually has a man, usually her husband, not her husband, usually her father or brother, to walk her to the altar.
But he's going to do so from the front of the room instead of walking her all the way down the aisle, so that he has to walk a little bit less. So he is kind of in the front aisle seat up there, ready to meet her as she approaches. And he is done up in fine Nymerian silks. He has leaned hard on the Dornish garb, which also might just be a matter of practicality and comfort for him. You know that he's, tired and old, and he also had to travel to get here, and having him in stifling layers of northern garb might not have been a great idea. But he is resplendent in Nymerian colored silks, and draped in the dragons and wyverns of your homeland. He is not insulting Highgarden by doing so. You suspect he had to argue with Olena to do so this heavily, but you also know your grandfather. And if he had decided that he was going to wear Nymerian colors, he was going to wear Nymerian colors. So he is looking very fine and stately and regal. Yes, Ash.
Right, I'm picking up a slight implication that wearing Nymerian colours and dressing more Dornish might be considered inappropriate. I just need to know if I need to rethink the outfit.
It could have been.
But
if
not
no
since
one,
grandfather's doing it.
yeah, if no one was doing it, but one person, it could have been seen as some kind of backhanded thing.
Okay.
But Grandpa has just set a pretty high bar. So yeah, Luke is fine. Whatever you have planned is probably fine. Unless it's gonna be really outrageous. I'm wearing scalps.
I learned this stubbornness from somebody.
Yeah.
Just dress entirely in flowers.
Yeah. So let's go for the rest of the outfits. Bela, you have not described yours, and then after Bela's, we'll get Adam's. And my assumption is you lot are arrayed in the front. Again, it's kind of a modern tradition instead of Westerosi, but it looks cool for the camera to do a slow pan, along Grandfather.
Well, that's the thing. There were actually very few camera drones in Westeros. Only a handful of the highest educated maesters had them. So
There you go.
So Bela, how is Rhaena's twin sister?
So if you look right now on the stream, this is what Bela is wearing. So she took like inspiration from both like Westerosi typical kind of fashion, but also brought some Dornish flair to it. So the main piece is just very waist up. Um, the bodice is very waist up in creams over dark red burgundies with a flowy dress bottom, and then she has almost like a cape but like extended but not quite a full train that you would see like in a modern wedding dress. So kind of just this long flowing um, twill kind of a very light see-through kind of lacy thing as the flowy Dornish part of the dress. And her hair's done all up in braids that kind of like circle around her head a bit and give it sort of like big volume and up and back a bit. And just some simple jewelry that she's worn before that is the swan and the wyvern that are sort of like inner waist, like sort of like they're flying around each other, kind of. She's worn it before on other occasions, but it's appropriate here as well, so she's wearing it again.
You guys are allowed to wear
Yes.
things more than once. I know it's fun to describe new things, but it's okay. You get to keep them. So yeah. And your husband, of course, is dressed to match. He still leans heavily on House Swan's monochromes, which are easy and go with lots of things. But yeah, he'll have a bit of jewelry to match yours, that sort of thing. So you two are clearly together. The secret's out. Yeah. So,
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Baylin, it was in front of us the whole time.
Yep.
Should have known.
So, what about young Adam Nymerian? The fancy lad of the Stoneway.
Fanciest lad. Go.
The fanciest lad, yes. Shit, I'm having a...
Well, I didn't say fanciest. There's a lot of lads I haven't interviewed yet.
Wow. Sure.
I would still put my money on you. But I can't say for sure.
Okay.
Okay.
It was very annoyed by that. I'm sorry.
I was annoyed, just like I just started having like I have like a list of outfits now, just like right when I've worn one, and I had one prepared, and then I'm looking at one down, and I'm like, oh, that one's actually fancier. I want to change to that, and I'm like, I was having that in my head.
I see.
So I wasn't.
You were having your own internal fancy lad crisis, and I was being nonsensical.
Exactly. That was
Good evidence you might be the fanciest. I retract my statement.
Okay. Yeah, like the last minute change. Like I was gonna go for Nymerian colors. I think I'm gonna go with this other one that is like it is like kind of a Dornish cut of outfit, I guess I'll call it. That's kind of black and iridescent, kind of blue green, with like silver kind of geometric, I guess, design stitched across it, with malachite and silver jewelry, and a cape that is dark green Dornish silk inside and entirely peacock feathers on the outside.
Nice.
So he's like a kind of dark, kind of greens and blues palette, but very shimmery. So yeah, going for that.
Wow.
That's pretty fancy. So, yeah.
78 peacocks died for this outfit.
So yeah. You guys are a fancy array, right there in the front, to rival the Tyrell wing, on the other side of the aisle, and that's saying something, because the Tyrells are kind of known for fanciness. So yeah, it's a pretty impressive array of good-looking folks in good-looking clothes that a lot of small folk bled for and made. Which brings us to the Septon, who is a pleasantly plump fellow of perhaps 50. Just enough roundness to him to show off the bounty of the reach and the kind of soft living he has. He stands in stark contrast to Septon Jim, similar-ish age, but Septon Jim still rides in the saddle, still fights. It's different flavor of Septon, right? But he is, of course, also in ornate robes and gowns, as befits a Septon of a sept this fine in a castle this wealthy and prominent. And then there is Willis, who is all done up in the greens and golds of his house, as you know, assumed. But it's just perfect today. It is, custom tailored for him exactly. It is all very, very fine today. He is just looking probably exactly the way Raina daydreamed him looking when she first heard this might happen, right? He's this paragon of Tyrellian, outfit, etc., etc., who is standing there waiting as Raina makes her way down the aisle.
Well, if Raina bails on him, I'll marry him.
She's your queen to be.
I got
I'm
singing.
surprised I can still hit that note.
Lord Makar Nymerian, Warden of the Stoneway, steps into Raina's path as she nears the front of the sept, and legitimately blocks her for a moment, as a warden should. And Raina realizes it's because he's holding on to this moment. He is memorizing her in these last moments that she is his responsibility. He is about to give her away, and it looks, Raina can see this hidden softness around his eyes, where get the feeling he is savoring these last moments. He is savoring that this betrothal has reached its fruition, etc., etc. But he is also aware that you are not just a scheme with legs, right? You are his granddaughter, and he is about to give away his second granddaughter at a wedding. And yeah, so you can tell he's kind of standing there for a moment. And then he very pointedly offers you his arm. And you lot notice that his cane is left propped up next to his seat.
Oh, he's so prideful.
He is determined to walk her up without it.
If
So
he gets the death, it's his
proud.
own fault.
And he
Take
does.
his arm as much to support him as to, you know, unite myself with him. But
Yeah. So, you are escorted up. He doesn't say a word throughout it. It's all just looks and lingering for a moment before letting you go.
well,
And
she's got her arm like through his, and she's got her other hand like on his hand, and it's pretty tight. But she looks absolutely placid.
so yeah, it's a slow motion moment with no dialogue, and then he gives Willis a nod as he lets you go, And most of you have your hearts in your throat as he's making his way back down those stairs. But if anyone starts to move in his direction, he kills you with eye beams. Like he is not going to show weakness in front of half the reach,
Right.
right? So he makes it smoothly up the stairs. He makes it smoothly down those couple of steps and back to his kind of station there. You can tell he's leaning pretty hard on his cane once he gets back to the front row there. But yeah, he is determined not to need it while they're all watching. Willis, meanwhile, is leaning heavily on his cane so as not to be swept off his feet.
Oh,
And he actually gawks for a moment as the septon is up. You may now cloak the bride and bring her under your protection. Lord Willis, you may now click. Oh yes, of course. And Sir Garland Tyrell is up there and hands this absolutely stunning cloth of gold with a little bit of other colors, fancy cloak to Willis for him to sweep up and over. It is pure Tyrell, and it's a sort of archaic style of cloak. Adam and Beric Dondarrion will recognize as a historical artifact centuries. It's a very kind of old-fashioned style of this sort of thing, and you can see Mace Tyrell and his wife kind of give each other a little hand squeeze. The lady Olena looks a little wistful as she remembers her moment being swept beneath that very cape. You can tell that this is old in Tyrell line.
So romantic.
And so that gets swept up and around Raina's shoulders, and it's a really good sweep. Like you're pretty sure that Garland and Loris and Marjorie had him practicing it earlier in the week. And he was like, "This is weird, Marjorie. You're my sister." And she's like, "Yes, but I am the appropriate height. And besides, you're marrying a Targaryen." And like, it's just so like he definitely had to like practice this sweep. But it is great. Everybody gets that little swooshing sound in the
Cape
soundtrack.
sweeping is a special skill. You have to
Yeah.
put effort into it.
And it's just about perfectly draped and centered over Raina's shoulders. And then his hand lingers for just a moment as he is withdrawing it. He kind of slides the back of his hand down like your upper arm. It's nothing indecent. He's not like, "He diddy." But it's just like
Honk,
this
honk.
lingering, yeah.
It runs away.
telling you
And that's the
guys,
wedding.
my life.
Sorry, ruined the moment there.
High romance right here.
Yep.
Classic Rusty style.
Yes. But it's just this kind of lingering touch, like he's making sure that you're real. And then he takes that little bit of a half step back and turns so that both of you are septon in your peripheral view, looking at each other, crowd in your peripheral view, right? So everybody's got a good profile shot. You're technically listening to the septon, etc., etc. But yeah. And so he begins. Lords and ladies, we stand here in the sight of men and the seven to witness the union of husband and wife, one flesh, one heart, one soul, now and forever. And then he brings out a ribbon and drapes it over your hands in a few kind of ceremonial folds. This ribbon is made for this ceremony. It is all Tyrell finery on one side, Nymerian finery on the other. So that as it is draped and folded, you're seeing both houses kind of come together in equal.
Because this is like a super romantic moment, I'm gonna squeeze Lady Velena's hand as we watch.
Oh,
She returns it.
Adam will be
So-
allowing a single manly tear.
You get
so-
one. As a man, you get one.
Get one.
So yeah, this kind of ceremonial ribbon draped over your hands and ties them together. And then the Septon lifts his voice again. Says, "Let it be known that Willis of House Tyrell and Reyna of House Nymerian are one heart, one flesh, one soul. Cursed be he who would seek to tear them asunder. In the sight of the seven, I hereby seal these two souls, binding them as one for eternity. Look upon one another and say the words." And don't worry, you practiced this. And in unison, Reyna and Willis say, "Father, Smith, warrior. Mother, maiden, crone, stranger. I am hers / his," because they're saying it at the same time.
Right.
"And she is mine from this day until the end of my days." There's a pregnant pause, and then Willis alone speaks and says, "With this kiss, I pledge my love." And the ceremony ends with
Woo!
Now kiss.
the kiss.
and then Adam
Do it.
reaches up and is like, "Kiss."
Push their heads together.
And yes, it is quite a kiss. He, in another clearly practiced move, he precariously balances for a moment, leaning you down for the kiss for a bit in a kind of dramatic dip that he did not warn you was coming, but you do remember practicing it in the garden the other night. Now that you think about it. And then you are both straightened back up and you hear the applause of your friends and your family as the marriage
Reyna
is
takes
now
this
official.
moment and like bottles it up and is gonna keep it forever.
Good.
Yeah, I think that's probably the point where Adam goes from merely welling up to actively like crying a bit, just like
No,
overwhelmed.
you only got the one. Shit, you're ruining it, Adam.
Fuck you, you're not my dad.
And we will jump cut from the camera drone flying into the huzzahs of the audience in the sept to huzzahing and dancing people with a merry tune being played, etc., as there is dancing and the earliest of feasting. And we jump cut to like 30 minutes later, right? And you're all back in the Great Hall at High Garden. And it's time for some food and stuff. But we will take our break first, and we will come back and continue the episode with the feast, the gift exchanges, and probably some talking to people when we get back in a couple of minutes.
All right.
All right, everybody, we are back from our breaks, and it is time to feast. In game, Felicia, stop stuffing your face. Jesus. We are
You big bully.
done with the wedding.
And on her wedding day.
Right? We are done with the wedding of Rain and Imerion and Willis Tyrell. They are officially wed, and it is time to party and to show off the bounty of the Reach by exchanging gifts. This is a kind of made up Reach tradition that I've introduced for the game because I think it's fun, where they're going to show off the bounty of the Reach and that they have a tradition of gift exchanging. This way, also, it's not just like one PC getting a bunch of presents when we like didn't do this for another wedding, right? Stuff like that. So it's also going to be an excuse, though, in the future. Any cool thing that you guys think of in like 6 weeks or whatever, you can just be like, yeah, somebody gave this to me at the wedding, right? Like it was one of those off-screen gifts. Because our assumption is that an awful lot of other gifts are going to be given than just the ones that are on screen, because it's just part of the feast, and at their own pace, people are exchanging stuff. We do have a quick question from chat. It would be insulting if he did not get invited, but it is not insulting for him to not attend, because it's Robert and little is expected of him. But you know what? That segues nicely into the very first gift that I already had planned to give. So you don't get to say that this was your idea. But Lord Renly Baratheon, if you have forgotten, of Storm's End, approaches the married couple shortly into the feast, because, like everything else in Westerosi society, a lot of the stuff goes in status order.
So he's got to go first.
And so, as the person closest in status to the king, and also his brother, you do see that Renly is carrying two things. And he approaches the table where you lot are currently dining on a variety of mixed pickled carrots, radishes, and turnips in a saffron, ginger, and white wine pickling mixture. So we're starting with the little finger foods with some bite. So Lord Renly Baratheon approaches where where Willis and Rhaena are, and he gives you a gallant bow. And then as he straightens, he puts a pair of books on the table, far from where you're eating, not like over there right in the middle, but they're pretty fancy books. And Lord Renly gives you that dazzling smile that the Baratheons could have been known for in a different timeline. And he reaches towards you with one of the books, reversing it so that you can see it. And it is Aegon's Conquest, Reign of the Dragon, and 3 Heads Had a Dragon, Governance under King Aegon I, from an incomplete history of House Targaryen, written by Archmaester Gildane.
Holy moly.
And as he offers this to you, he says, though I fear the Reach fared ill during the time period so studied, he gives Willis a bit of a sheepish shrug. Let it serve as a reminder, my lady, of how the founder of mine own house served as hand to the ancient founder to yours, and how I hope that the stag and the dragon, or I suppose the wyvern in this case, might be friends again as they once were, rather than the foes that some have tried to make us.
Oh.
Surprisingly sweet of him.
Also,
Renly, the leash Baratheon?
One at a time. Ash, go ahead.
Sorry, this is also like could serve as a subtle. You have more power now. Don't start shit.
My comment was simply a subtle Renly, the leash Baratheon.
And then his expression clouds only just briefly. Oh, and speaking of which, courtesy of His Grace, King Robert Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhaenyar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, who I probably should have gifted you first, here. And he reaches a book across the table to give to Willis. Dragonkin, being a history of the House Targaryen from exile to apotheosis, with a consideration of the life and death of dragons, which is considered to be basically the book on dragon lore, written by Maester Tomax.
Nice.
And then Renly opens a small note that was tucked into the book as he hands it to Willis. He says, "Read up, Willis. You'll soon be trying to breed with a dragon yourself. Ha! RB title. and he clears
Oh
his
my god!
That's our Bobby.
and Renly clears his throat and kind of looks like he wishes he could take a drink to rinse his mouth out, and kind of furrows his brow and then offers the note to Willis. And then stands there looking a little bit, not quite embarrassed, but embarrassed for his brother, right? He's just
Right.
like, sorry about that, but
On behalf of
also,
you.
you guys remember he's the king, so I kind of had to. And it would also be deadly insulting if anyone else in the room did what I just did instead of his baby brother. Like, we would all have to kill them. So, yeah.
I commiserative look.
Yeah.
I mean, we've met the king. We know.
And he
So
did
Pretty in character.
Yeah. So then he gives you that dazzling smile again and says, though I trust neither of you will devote much time to reading in your chambers for a bit. And he gives a salacious wink that leaves a few of the maidens blushing. Anyone that was in earshot as they were freshening drinks and stuff.
That was a great laugh.
What will you guys do? What will you guys be doing instead? Like playing Savas or?
Yeah, like holding hands.
We had a break. We had like a half-hour break after the ceremony to hear.
Shocking.
So,
Enough.
Yeah, time for a quick cuddle and some cheese.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Ooh, the cheese from that milk bath. Got it.
Oh, gross.
Oh,
But it would be done by now, right?
What's wrong with you?
No, that's not how cheese works.
the pure cheese tradition is a really proud part of the Reach.
Oh my god.
All of her
Ah.
future cheese will be sullied.
And,
She'll,
and, and two, let's not make Willis the kind of weirdo that drinks bathwater, please.
Please not.
We didn't make him that way. That's just the tradition.
Wow.
It's not water. It's milk. Bath milk.
Raina's not even a gamer girl.
even in Will, we don't do that kind of depraved shit.
We don't talk about what they do at will.
so, a pair of gifts from the Master of Laws and Lord of the Stormlands.
He's very gracious. Please pass on our thanks to His Grace.
Willis does have a bit of a blush, but he's also also this does look like a pretty cool book, because Willis is into that. You know, he is
Yeah.
renowned in Westeros for breeding hawks, hounds, and horses. And he's like,
Yeah.
this is pretty fascinating, though. Like, for
I'd
real.
like to get into that.
It does appeal to his inner eugenicist.
Yeah. So,
What
so
a nerd.
So yeah, he offers a gracious handshake across the table, and that sort of thing. So, and with that, the gates are open, and people are allowed to kind of offer more gifts. The most clearly high-ranked guest gets to go first. Next up is Mace Tyrell, who luckily does not come straight to your table. But with now that the Lords of Realms have started to gift people, um, people can do stuff. So, who wants to give a gift to somebody next? Which PC?
I'll go.
All right. Ash, who does Adam approach and what kind of neat stuff does he give him?
So I take it we're like alternating one gift at a time.
Yeah. You're just it's and again, this is all kind of mingled together. The gifts can be being exchanged at the same time. This needn't necessarily be chronological order after that first one. It's just
that's
kind of
yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to check if I was reading like one of my list or if I was reading the entire list.
yeah. Let's do one at a time to start,
Yeah, that's
just
fine.
to rotate from character to character.
Yeah, of course. So for it seems appropriate to start with the wedding gift for Raina and Willis. Adam has gotten them a plush 2-person Dornish rosewood divan. So like it's kind of like a small sofa, but it doesn't have a back. It's like a long chair with arms.
I know what it's about.
But you can see. Sorry, I wasn't sure. Sorry.
The audience might not.
Yeah, it's upholstered in like deep gold Dornish silk. The legs are carved with dragon scales with like climbing roses around them, and
Nice.
some of the scales and petals are kind of sparingly gilded at the edges. It's very tasteful and
It's like
perfect
highlight, like highlights.
not highlights,
right.
yeah. And it's
Yeah.
very tasteful and perfect for switching on. Is my final note on that.
So
Although Adam's not going to say that, it's just implied.
just implied. He's like, I want a niece or nephew. He says, giving you furniture and energy drinks. Willis.
Little blue pills for the maester as well.
Willis looks quite pleased because comfortable furniture is nice to have, even if they're. Sorry, especially because the couple is likely to be alternating from Highgarden to Wyvern Dress, because they both have responsibilities both places. So he's like, "Ooh, comfy stuff. We could, yeah." So yeah, he is appropriately thankful and polite, and gives you a warm handshake that pulls you into a hug.
Oh.
Does Raina say anything? Okay.
I actually like sit on the divan. I'm like,
I don't
oh, this is really nice, Adam.
I'm glad you like it, and I yes, I thought something for your shared households would be appropriate. And might I say that you look utterly divine, sister.
And so do you, of course.
So happy for you.
We're not crying today.
I have a gift to give.
Too late.
All right.
The crying, I mean.
Let's go Luke next.
I will approach the young couple with a book-sized item wrapped in silks, and I will hand it to Willis. This was found in the libraries of Castle Ironwood. To my knowledge, it is the only copy that exists. I was very concerned about my sister moving north, and the things you'll be feeding her. So hopefully this will help. I have him a copy of a rare book. It is On Dragon Peppers and Related Plants, Their Varieties and Raising Them by Maester Peter.
Oh.
Okay. So that's what that was about.
I was like, feeding me? Like I'm a cat?
I am told there are quite some gardeners in this area. Perhaps you can make use of it.
Here's how we dabble in botany.
Yeah, well, yes, I believe I've heard of a folk with that talent or two. I trust we can find one somewhere in our barren wasteland.
I give him a nod and I shake Willis's hand. Welcome to the family, brother.
He does not pull you into a hug because you are a knight. But if you do, he will, right?
I do. I yanked his
Okay.
ass into a hug.
It's just one of those things. It's the different levels of dignity, depending on one's social status.
We already locked this shit down. It's done now. Let it out.
Yep. So he will return the hug, and call you brother, and say, not to worry, I'm not out to convert her, only love her.
Oh,
I give them both a nod, and then
Everybody out.
I'm gonna go ask my bride to be to dance and leave the
Aw.
scene.
All right. What about Bela?
Yeah. So I have one gift yet to give to the married couple, having given one to Raina already.
Oh.
So this gift is for Willis in particular, and I would say I've heard that there will be many trips in the coming in the future between our houses, and to aid in that, I have here for you some rich mahogany stained leather saddlebags for your horse. They are not etched, but like the leather is embossed or carved with a bunch of like filigree on the sides and leaving some space in the center of the saddlebags for that same sigil that matches the necklace that I gave to Raina, which is the rose in the center with the wyvern around it, and it's colored with the different house colors in the different places. It's not gems in this case because those would be enormous gems, but they're stained in the right color for it.
Nice. He says, I look forward to showing you that they will be well used with a visit quite soon. And smiles and seems to look forward to using them and putting neat stuff in. And he actually slings them over the back of his chair for now, and tucks a couple books in there.
Because we have some.
Saving a trip for a servant. And the bride, have you got any gifts you want to give to anyone in this first wave of exchanges?
I do. I'm gonna start with Adam since he was first. But for him, I have a gift that someone brings forth because it's not. I assume I've got it lined up in a hall somewhere, and they're gonna bring them to me as I call for them.
Yes, there are servants aplenty, ready and waiting in the wings. The hallway outside this chamber looks like a Black Friday sale. Like it's just full of people ready to haul stuff in and like deliver them as summoned. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Okay. So for Adam, I got him a medieval desk set. It's like a little tray. It's a tray like this, and on the one side there's an inkwell, with like a holder for inks, bottles of ink, and the holder is it's your wyvern with the trident in the tail.
Oh, lovely.
Like around it, and then and the whole thing is very like ornate, and it's made out of. I'm picturing it colored like brass, that
Okay.
gold dark tones.
Yeah, that'll go very nicely on my golden wood disc.
Mm-hmm. And the other, like on the other side, is a quill stand, and the quill. There's a quill in it. The quill's just a quill, but because you go through them like nothing, But
Yeah.
But the quill holder is like it's like a little tower, like one of the towers of power. Uh, so it's a little tower, and it just fits right inside of there, and
That's lovely.
so it kind of gives you a little bit of both. And then in the middle, there's a spot for a candle, so you can melt your wax for your seals.
Thank you so much. That's such a thoughtful gift.
I hope that you will use it for many, many years in the future as you are rebuilding Harrenhal's fortunes.
Well, I do like writing letters, so
It's true.
I'll make sure the first thing I do when I install it there is write you something.
Good.
Well, piss, says Aunt Elia, interrupting the tender moment
Well,
as she waves a page over. You've upstaged me, Raina.
It's my wedding day. I think I'm supposed to do that, Aunt Elia.
I suppose.
She wouldn't let me come naked in Ellie, it's true.
I forbade it.
I suppose I'll have to get you back sometime soon then, when the tables are turned. Boy! And some little reach page trots up, and has for Adam, a dozen very fine quills that are dyed a deep red. And you are reminded, of course, that Aunt Elia is the Knight of Red Feather Hall. So instead of using some for her signature fletchings, she preserved some particularly large and fine feathers to turn into quills for you.
Oh, that is also incredibly generous. Thank you so much.
The page lingers for a moment, and Elia makes a face and waves him away. He goes, but my lady. Oh, I'm no lady. What's all this? And he looks terrified. I thought it went with your gift, my lady, ma'am. I didn't know who it was from. It was just left to be delivered to Adam, and I thought maybe it was from you. And he looks terrified. She looks at him like he should be terrified. But it looks like Adam has a bonus gift that is a small silver quill holder and stand. And the quill holder actually slides onto a quill, like the rubber triangle things you could put on pencils when you were little. So it's a fancy kind of quill mount for while you're writing that is stylized to look like a dragon, with the quill protruding from the dragon's mouth, lethal and sharp. And then the stand that it rests on, the base of the stand is ringed by 9 bats.
Nice.
Stylized like the bats of House Went. And the boy looks terrified and confused, and Elia looks flustered and confused. And she's like,
well, that's obviously for
and
Adam.
she's like, everyone's giving him better things than I did. And she's like she thought she had this writing things market cornered, apparently. And she looks flustered that she didn't. But yeah, it looks like you have an anonymous gift left for you, Adam.
I think I have a good idea of who that's from. And don't put it. These are beautiful quills, and I look forward very much to using them. You need not worry. You have not been upstaged.
Piss on both of you. And she grabs the nearest cup of wine and stalks off, looking frustrated. She's gonna be fine. She's just being grouchy because she's not in Dorne.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
So, all right, that cut in, but I just kind of felt like doing it back to back since I didn't know the gifts Felicia was giving, and that's where things gonna happen. But now you've got a travel set and a not travel set, or whatever. And then let's do another one from an NPC. Let's go with Luke. Uncle Orain Waters appears at your elbow.
Oh no.
As soon as you and your betrothed are done dancing. For a moment, you think he might be about to ask her to dance.
There is a glare to him that I have never given. I've given but few people,
and
and most of those guys are dead now.
It is at the end of a dance. It's not in the middle. He's not cutting in, but he is lurking, right? Like he's waiting. He is piratically waiting to pounce as soon as you're done. And he goes, "Dear nephew, I present to you a gift from Lord Montfort Valerian, Lord of the Tides and Master of Driftmark, and as well his beloved heir, my other beloved nephew, Monteris. Adam is also beloved. Adam is also beloved. Right. And he turns and he lifts up a very dramatic piece of like silk that was covering something on the table, and beneath it is a spherical astrolabe. Those kind of precursors to globes in a way. They're the spinny things that look really cool, but they actually do stuff. And this one is styled to look like it is one large pearl, which means a lot of small pearls had to go into it. So the actual sphere looks like a giant pearl. And then the framework that holds the sphere up is a series of silver seahorses, like balancing the sphere and stuff on its nose. He says, this one once belonged to the Lady Lena Valerian. No. This is a precursor. But she was this one is the wife to Prince Daemon Targaryen and the mother to the other Baela and Rhaena.
Okay. Our mother was called Lena as well, wasn't she?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
probably after this.
But yeah.
This is
so.
Really thoughtful
Thank you.
gift.
I will pass on your compliments, and I hope that they will do the lad some good.
Thank you. Give everyone my thanks and love, of course.
Of course. And then he walks off, and your wine is gone. Where'd he
walk
go?
off with him.
Like, he did a thing that was really sweet and thoughtful, and he's back to being his old self again.
He didn't grab it pointedly as a power move, the way Aunt Elia did. It's just vanished.
It's in a better place now. I'm gonna take it and sit down and look at it.
It'd be all like, wow.
I don't get a lot of stuff. This is nice.
While that is going on, Baela, you are flanked by excited giggles.
Oh, shite.
Bandits, no doubt. Oh, just kidding. It is Marjorie Tyrell and Desmera Redwine, who both swoop around the sides of like your chair, and are grinning ear to ear, and they excitedly push and pull on the arms of your chair to squeakily spin you around as though it's a chair that's meant to do that. And then they both clap excitedly. And you also see Lady Lance, Elia Martell, who is standing there looking very hard like she is not excited about this dumb girl stuff. The same way cats look very hard like they don't care if you're gonna pet them or not, right? She's like, whatever, it's fine, I guess. Does she like it? Right? She's got that going on. And then Elia drops like this, and she's holding a piece of cloth by the top corners, and it's a small tapestry that you suspect they must have been working on this week. It has two small dogs on it, one all in white, one all in black, that are slinking away with their tails tucked from a rearing silver horse with wyvern wings. And you notice the very end of the horse's tail is not as well done as the rest. like it's immediately obvious that like this was a different artist that did the is it needlework? But whatever, the embroidery. I think it's just called embroidery for that end bit. But Marjorie and Desmera are both like clapping, and they're like, "Look, one's little Marin Trent in his Kingsguard armor, and one is the mountain that rides. And look, this one's you. And Elia helped some. She did so good." And Elia's like, "Whatever, maybe I did good, right?" Like she's like peeking over the edge of it to like see if you like it.
I have a big beaming smile on my face, and I love this, and I can't wait to hang this at Castle or Will Castle.
So we didn't get any sort of frame, and we need to finish something to let you hang it with, some threads in the back, but we were just ever so excited to get it finished, and yeah, and they're both just like bubbly, giggly, trying to drag Elia in, and Elia's like trying to be aloof from it, but like trying to make sure that you like it. And yeah, it looks like here by the end of the week, they trusted Elia enough to give her a needle. So, like that's like she
Those
didn't,
girls are brave.
right? Like she didn't stab anybody. She actually used it to try and help finish the worst.
We haven't confirmed she stabbed anybody.
Yeah.
We don't know.
So yeah, you now have that neat little tapestry of Bela beating some curs.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And you do also get embraced by both of them, whether you want to be or not. And Marjorie is oh, sister this and sister that, and I can't wait. And oh, it's and Desmera like nods towards Elia, and she's like, and you and I are cousins now, like Elia is. And, Elia, I suppose that makes you and I cousins also. Oh, you're going to have to teach me to ride now, and we taught you this, and it's only fair. And they just like they're chattermouths that are clearly all swept up in the day, because again, like this is the shit that they aspire to. So, but yeah, you have been roped in by the granddaughters, the other granddaughters of the Lady Olena Tyrell, and Elia was grudgingly dragged along. And now she knows how to make insulting tapestries. If she keeps up her practice with embroidery, she could start graffitiing halls everywhere.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And I do have a gift for Marjorie, but I could equally have a similar but slightly different gift for Desmera as well, since they're both here.
Sure. I am fine with, like, we got the first ones out of the way, and I'm fine with us then, being a little more fluid with it. Like, if you've got one for somebody that just, so it makes sense. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I tell her that I brought some jewelry that has been popular in Dorne recently, and I wanted to share it with you, since now we are sisters, and thought you would like to have some Dornish jewelry. So I'm not super great at explaining this, so I got a picture putting up now. So it's a necklace, and I didn't know how to describe like these little bar things that kind of like are all spread out. It's up on the stream if you look at it.
Okay,
And,
gotcha. I was looking in Discord, not
yeah,
so cool.
Yeah,
cool,
it's
cool.
up on the stream, and so
Yeah.
it represents like the sun, and it's glistening off of the sand in Dorne, and that's what the gems in the bottom of the catch the light and sparkle like the sun sparkles off of the sand dunes in Dorne.
Oh.
And yeah, so this has been popular for a couple years now, and I thought you would enjoy this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they, she coos over it, and is, oh, I cannot wait. I'll definitely wear it the very first time we come to visit. and she starts yelling like, "Willis, when will we go visit?" And like, yeah, they're all excited about it and eager to go. And actually, because you were there earlier, Bela, you notice as the tapestry is like rolled and given to you um, that uh, some of those pendants and stuff, the necklaces that were out that Reyna didn't use because of yours, Elia is wearing one, and it makes it click in your head that earlier you saw that Joy Hill had one also. So it
Aw.
looks like they were they were helping the bastard girls feel pretty a little bit with Reyna's never worn things that they were so um, Elia doesn't like mention it or comment or anything like that. Nobody makes a big deal about it, but since you were there and since we're doing necklaces, something that Bela and
Yeah.
Reyna can notice. So yeah, they look absolutely over the moon, and you're pretty sure that it's all like sincere, not just I'm a Tyrell going through the motions type of thing. So yeah, let me do one more to Reyna. Reyna and Willis, you are approached by Lord Beric Dondarrion of Blackstone and his squire, Lord Edric Dane of Starfall. And Edric is carrying gifts. Um, Lord Beric gives both of you a gallant bow, and he straightens and says, "Since I know you'll be doing plenty of traveling soon, and should you need to, Blackstone is ever open to both of you. Here, let you look good on the road instead of the scruffy ragamuffins we've all come to know and love." And it is a pair of fine traveling cloaks lined with fine taffeta and soft, fancy stuff, but good wool on the outside. And yours has House Nymerian colors on the outside and your sigil kind of right on the back. And then on the soft lining inside, it has a repeating theme of just like a rose vine, right? No actual rose like sigil, but just that kind of vine. Willis's is the opposite. It is the resplendent green and shining gold of House Tyrell, and on the inside, the lining is a repeating pattern of just spears instead of like a lines. It's dotted lines because they're spears in the Nymerian style. Uh, so some matching his and hers travel cloaks, courtesy of, and he expresses, Lord Beric does all the talking, but he says, gifts from Blackstone and Starfall in equal measure.
My lords, thank you. These are quite stunning and very thoughtful. And I'm sure we'll wear them on the road, back and forth between here and Wyvern's Rest.
And then Ned pipes up, and Starfall is always open to you also, but you'll likely not take that route. But it is if you do. And he I had to
Oh,
say, should have said something. All right, I said that. All right, good, smooth.
little Ned.
Right,
So cute.
uh, so
The littlest
that
lord.
finishes a first round back to you guys. Um, does anyone want to go next? I've got some NPCs ready. If somebody else doesn't, or
I've got a whole list to work through, so I'm happy to go next.
all right, go ahead, Ash. Give me another one.
So the next one is going to be for Lord Mace. Adam has gotten for him rose quartz and garnet Sivas set that's accented in rose gold.
And he kind of beams up at you and is, "What a good lad! I'm quite the expert, you know."
I
And
had heard.
and like sitting on the other side of him, his wife's like like we kind of but yeah, and
Well, perhaps we
he
should have a game before we have to depart.
yeah, and he looks through and goes, "Yes, quite right, quite yes. See if we can work it into my mother's schedule." Eh?
There'll be like knowing laughter at that.
Yeah, he's like, these weddings and things are women's work, so we've let her have a bit of a free hand of late. But certainly, we'll see. We'll see. Look forward to it, lad. And yeah, he just is his kind of chatty, in a foppish without being dashing way self.
Yeah.
But seems to be quite sincerely, taken with it. And as you are walking away, he's talking to his lady wife about it. He's like, "Oh, I can use this for my new travel set should I need to go on campaign again and get rid of that old one that's missing a piece." And he's just, yeah, he definitely seems certainly to be appreciative of it.
Cool.
Let's jump back over to Luke.
Nope, bad idea.
Yeah. So Luke is sitting and looking at his
Dumbstruck.
astrolabe. And-
Luke has, without realizing, been holding Valeda's hand with one hand and has set the astrolabe in front of him with the other one.
Yeah.
Uncle Orain comes sweeping back to your table. He says, I only just remembered. I've another gift for you, nephew, but I think I'll haggle with you a bit on this one, and I will demand a dance with your darling betrothed. Give her one last chance to come to her senses.
Luke gives a grin.
Yeah, and she openly laughs at it, and rises, and then Uncle Orain bows deeply. He says, "Your gift. You'll spend some time with me, nephew. We'll be taking a ride back to Wyvern's Rest, or wherever it is you want to go, aboard the newly christened Arbor Silver, a sweet little Ballinger, brought to me only recently by a stroke of luck and the generosity and lack of skill at dice of Sir Desmond Redwine."
Oh my god!
Wow.
He won the Millennium Falcon in a game of
So it looks like dicing this week is how Uncle Orain learned how he was going to get home, and it's
Oh my
with
God.
and Ballingers are pretty respectable little ships. They are nimble and fast, and good to sail on, and yeah, sounds like he is dragging you over the water.
We'll do some piercing.
Luke nods. Try to seduce her too much, Uncle. I want her back.
No need. I never need to try too much.
Oh,
Yes.
And they spin off to the dance floor. And she is throwing back her head and laughing and enjoying the mock flirtation.
I assume that she had a real issue with it. She'd have stabbed Orin by now.
Yeah, she was down.
Right?
totally.
So there's that one.
Luke might have a few words to say about his gift later to her, but for right now, Luke is just kind of letting things happen. He's a little emotional.
For this bit here, everyone has been munching on small, crisped sweet corn fritters, served with a heavy salted cream.
I remember those.
Yeah, they're tasty little buggers. And then also some mushroom and sharp white cheddar hand pies, which began the kind of warm, hearty rounds of feast. So basically, it's mushroom and cheese hot pockets, and corn, sweet corn, like tater tot fellas.
Hot
There will be-
pockets.
There'll be fruit pies later.
Ooh. I've seen a lot of supervillains defeated with those, so. We could defeat the mountain by handing him a fruit pie.
Yeah.
So just like, chill out, eat a moon pie, quit murdering people.
And you're like, wow, I realize I'm bad. I'm gonna go to the wall or whatever. Because I taste this cherry fruit pie.
Turns out he was just grouchy because his blood sugar was low this whole time, guys.
The whole thing's in a Snickers commercial.
Went on to hard relate on a little blood.
Everyone's just spent all these years hating on a mentally ill diabetic. Shame on you all.
He's like, I just need a little bit of help. Shut up, monster.
Yeah.
Go fight.
Exactly.
As a mentally ill diabetic, I can relate.
Mood. Reyna, you are approached by Sir Robar Royce of Runestone,
Oh, Robar.
who is a ruggedly handsome, brawny lad. Not really a lad, he's, but he approaches looking a bit, I don't quite want to say awkward, but a bit out of his depth, let's say, right?
Right.
The Royces of Runestone are more first men than they are Andal. They're used to kind of rugged mountain life, etc., but
Almost Northerners.
they're kind of honorary Northerners, right? Yeah, exactly. So he gives a little bow to you and to Sir Willis, and then he is clearly not sure which of you to speak to. His instincts are all telling him to give the gift to Willis, but he has met you before, and he knows that there's this queer Dornish stuff going on where they're supposed to be equals. So he ends up holding it out kind of in between the two of you and looking from one to the other as he talks. He goes, a gift, not from mine own self, but brought this way and trusted to me by my liege lord John Arryn, Hand of the King and Lord of the Vale, and of course his lady Liza and young Lord Robert. I'm not much one for books, but father did make me learn my histories, and he hands over the reign of King Viserys, first of his name, and of the Dance of Dragons that came after,
Ooh.
written by Septon Eustace. And then you hear it takes on the tone of like memorization. He says, my Lord John bade me remind you of past friendships. That was it. That was the whole phrase. He's very careful. You remember that during the Dance of Dragons, Lady Jane Arryn was an ally to the Blacks, the Targaryen, the loyalist Targaryen side, and she kept young Rhaena Targaryen as a ward, and kept her safe up in the Mountains of the Moon. So, a nice history book to go in some solar somewhere. You guys get to decide which one. But yeah, another bit of kind of history as a reminder that we hope you still like us okay, etc., etc. So do you reach for it? Or do you accept it, or do you let Willis reach for it, or how's that
I'll
go?
accept it.
Okay.
He got the last book.
So he looks a little sheepish, but is trying to be gracious and courtly.
Well, please take back to your lord our thanks and our fondest wish that friendships in the past will only grow more strong as we go into the future.
I'm playing it up a little. He's not a himbo, right? He's not like that rough-hewn. But you can tell that he is trying to memorize exactly what you said, because he does understand that fancy courtly talk is often exactly word for word important. So he wants to make sure he gets it right. So you can see under his breath, he kind of repeats it once and then gives you a nod. It says, I will deliver your message with all haste, my lady and my lord. And he also gives another little nod to Willis. So let's go on to
I
someone else. Raina, you got one to give out?
have a gift for uh, Marjorie. Well, and Desmere, because they've been together pretty much inseparable this whole week.
You get the feeling they're a joint task force assembled by the Queen of Thorns. Yes. They are also, cousins and friends for their whole lives, but yeah, they've definitely been on assignment this week is definitely the vibe you've got.
Alright, well, I would like to like intercept before they leave Bela,
Easily enough done. Sure.
And then we can all be there together.
Yeah,
And,
except we're hand waving it a little bit with the kind of chronology here. It's just jumping from scene to scene for convenience's sake. A lot of these are happening at the same time. It's a big room.
I looked at chat.
That was your mistake.
Okay. Anyway, so Renee brings out, it's a flat box, rather narrow, it's about this big. And she opens it up. She takes out two very slim, delicate knives. Right, they're a long knife, and they're just a little. They're right on the edge of the difference between like a dining knife and a stabbing knife.
Gotcha. So they're just
Weird time to betray the Tyrells, but okay, I'm in.
And,
not quite ladylike appropriate by Northern standards.
Right.
Like just there on the edge. Got it.
But it's also they're very pretty.
Right.
There's pretty scroll work on the handles, and like Marjorie's has roses and vines worked into the metal. They're both silver. And Desmera's has like apples, little apples. Isn't that right?
It should
No.
be grapes.
Grapes.
Unless you're wanting to like be insulting, like which could be a thing. It's Westeros. But yeah,
Right.
it's their thing is a bunch of grapes on a blue field.
Like the cluster of grapes.
Yeah.
And then curly cues all around it, kind of thing. And they're just super light and very delicate. But if you had to, you could probably slip that between someone's ribs.
Right.
And it would fit very well and go just right for the heart, like we were talking about earlier.
They do not comment on the utility of said knives, but you are drowning in a stream of complimentary babble about the artful nature of the knives and how fine this etching work is and yada yada. They know how to compliment jewelry, which is kind of how they're handling these, right?
It seems like in this setting, and in most medieval settings at least, everybody's got like a knife.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
stuff.
pretty much everyone just
Right.
carries
Right.
the
But
dagger.
Knife's a useful tool, anyways. Just period.
But fancy highborn ladies aren't going to compliment you on like the balance and the stabbing tip. So yeah,
Some will. Some will.
So
I just show them how it can tuck into the bodice.
You should have got them like secret sheaves they could wear.
yeah,
It goes
and
with it.
Marjorie's like, I'm sure that wearing them that way will be all the rage. Just the very next time you make it back to King's Landing.
Like those, like start bringing in like those special sort of thigh garters that hold up dish.
Ah, that's hot.
And Desmera is like, well, we'll have to make it the rage ourselves here in the south when we're visiting Wyvern's Rest and returning to Highgarden. And like that, they're planning outfits around them, and you're pretty sure the next time you see like the trio of Tyrell cousin girls, like they're all gonna have similar styled knives on them, and like
Today's
You're-
knives, 10 years from now, it's going to be
arm all the
weapons.
girls.
So they they don't like pointedly don't talk about them as weapons, so much as pieces of artwork to add to
For
their.
opening letters and stuff.
Yeah,
So yeah, they are definitely very, very glad to receive them.
And opening disrespectful fools as well.
Just a kind of letter in some ways.
There is a not zero chance that the Red Wine Boys are going to end up having these
Stab.
brandished at them as they prank one of their girl cousins in the near future. And the,
But by the way, Raider taught me how to open something. Fools.
so let's.
It's like that, huh? It's like that.
Or they could just learn to like artfully sort of cut their initials into people's
Torsos.
Yeah, like see.
That's kind of Luke's thing so far.
Zorro.
I'm so glad Nathan's not mad about that.
Yeah. All right. Who wants to go next?
See it.
Go ahead. Take it away.
Yeah.
I'm gonna step away for 1 second to refill my drink because I cannot do this sober.
He's too emotional.
Oh.
He has a soft marshmallowy inside.
It's deep down, he's a soft marshmallowy pigletty type creature.
Mm-hmm.
There's like Adam the reverse. He's like that on the outside, with the hard masticated core.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
So
go ahead, Adam. What's up?
next gift is for Lady Olenna. With the full expectation in his heart that she's probably going to say something mean about it, but fine.
She pulls a fine Dornish blade from her bodice. What the fuck's going on? That was fast. Yeah, go ahead.
And it's a fine ivory Dornish silk scarf embroidered realistically with all the wildflowers native to Dorne. She's got tons of rose shit. This is flowery, but something different.
She takes it and kind of holds it up, and then like wads it up and just sticks it in her lap to say. But she's like, flowers, but all the wrong ones. Good. It'll give me a bit of variety when I'm wiping my ass. But then she reaches out and pats your hand in like a well done.
Pretty good from her.
So you're like, wait, what? And everyone within earshot is appropriately scandalized, and they're like, what? And yeah, she's just.
Well, at least with Dornish silk, then it will be mercifully soft.
So yeah, so she says one thing, emotes the other, and then.
Wow.
No, stop, hold on. That was a good comeback. I'm going to give him a destiny point.
What? Oh, okay, thank you.
It will be virtually soft to wipe your ass, but it was a great comeback to that. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Good sass. Take a destiny point.
Good sass.
I like to think that's a reflection of Adam like learning how to deal with her a little bit.
Roll those punches and just direct them right back. Perfect.
Right.
You did hit great.
And she does not stab you or anything like that. She just
I like not getting stabbed.
She gives you maybe the warmest look you've received from her. But it could just be the day, like it's an emotional day. So yeah, who knows? Bela, you got another one you wanna?
Sure. I have one more that I've written down.
Sure.
So this is for Renly, and I will approach him and say that I was impressed with the hunting, and I know that there's lots of great hunting grounds in the Stormlands and up by the area around King's Landing. And so from my new house, I have brought along with me a windhound trained in the kennels of House Will to use for hunting. I don't have it here at the actual dinner.
Yeah, it crawls out.
but
It jumps on the
There's a
table.
dog eating the wedding cake.
Yeah.
Boy.
And yeah, he lights up and claps excitedly, and it looks for a moment like he's about to call them back over. All three of the Tyrell boys had like just left as you arrived, not in like a snubbing you way, but in a oh it's ready, and then like all three of them left, and like that was your opening way. Does that make sense? It wasn't like fucking Bela.
right.
But it looks for a second like he wants to wave, especially Willis, back over and immediately start like talking about, further training and what to use at the hunt and blah, blah, but yeah, he looks overjoyed, and he reaches out and gives you a big old smack on the arm, which you've seen him give Barrick and Red Ron Connington and Bryce Karen and the other Stormlander lords, and that sort of thing. And then he kind of pauses for a second afterwards and is like, oh, whatever, she's probably fine. But like you can tell it takes him a second to catch up. Like, shit, I just like punched a lady at a wedding. But all right, no, she knows how I meant it, right? So yeah, he's over the moon, and is like, yes, next time you and Balin come visit, you'll have to come with me, and I'll run you into the ground with your own hound being used against you.
Yeah, won't have a chance.
And that sort of talk. So,
Yep.
so yeah, he looks very happy. Reyna, what have you got to give someone?
I all the siblings are getting new saddles that I had made at home. What?
Nothing.
What? You're shaking your head at me.
Nothing.
Did you
It's
talk
fine.
about this before?
Nope. Describe the cool saddles. Everything's fine.
Okay.
I hope mine has a wine pouch.
No, but they are very. They're the ones with the really high pommels in the front, where you can have your bird sit and all that for when you're riding and hunts and hawking and shit like we've done this week.
What are you looking at?
There's a huge bus outside the front of the house.
Well, buses are big to begin with. This is big for a bus, or just big?
It's just big. It just distracts me because it fills
How
up
many
all.
fire trucks?
How many buses wide would you say it was?
How many cheeseburgers tall is?
Oh, don't start with that stuff. I wasn't even in that game. Okay. You that Adam. I mean, everybody is. It's just a person like Adams has his wyvern with the trident worked into at the back, on where the saddlebags usually attached there, and and like Bela's has on one side is the swan and on the other is her wyvern, and Luke has his particular symbol on there too, but I didn't know how he was gonna change it because I know he's gonna marry and probably change his sigil, so I left the other side blank for him. So
Well, his sigil is already kind of unique. It's like a unique take on the wyvern.
yeah, it's different than everybody else. Everybody else is a little different. So your particular styling is what has been burned into this particular leather of these saddles.
Sister, thank you.
These are all. They're a little more
And,
northern in style.
And Luke looks like he's about to cry, probably because Orin Waters has stolen his wife.
You already gave me a gift, Rena. This is too generous.
Well, I wanted to give everybody one like this because I had one made for me and Willis too.
It's lovely.
We're all coordinated.
And then I also had. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm gonna go next again because Felicia makes me.
hold on, I used to say, Raina, I know things have been complicated recently. But I'm very glad that you found happiness, and thank you for this.
I hug my brother before he cries.
Well, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna pretend like I don't need this, but I do. Whatever I say or disagree with, I'm always there for you, regardless. So.
I never doubted it. And I never will.
And you look beautiful, by the way. I almost stole you away myself, but I was told I was going to.
I'm gonna take that weird compliment the best possible way.
Damn, girl, you're almost good enough to marry.
I almost went old school, but they were like, we're in High Garden already. The latest glaring at me, and I was like, okay.
Okay.
I'll give her a tight squeeze back before she leaves.
Okay. Go ahead, Rusty.
And if you want me to kill Willis or free you from him, you let me know. I will besiege this castle so fucking fast. If it makes you happy. It doesn't seem necessary. You seem like you're happy, but if not.
I grin. Look at Willis. What's he doing?
There is not a field of green here we cannot burn.
Willis,
it's salt.
Willis is gone. He vanished with Garland and Loris.
Uh-oh.
I think they're plotting something.
Now, I don't think it's going to come to that. I just want you to know, Ray, that if it does.
All right.
I will raise all of Dorne.
I will summon
I will have 20,000 poison spears standing by.
Let's not. Hopefully we'll never need that.
Yeah, especially Grandpa and Lady Elena seem real close, don't they?
Are you just now noticing?
I know, but I don't want to say it. Like, does that still work at their age?
Uh-huh. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Does it matter? They seem happy for themselves.
Lady Olena did specifically comment on that pretty early and assure you.
She did. She did mention a phrase that I will have burned into my memory. I will never fucking forget. Dry as Dorn and limp as a rope. She was dry as Dorn. He was limp as a rope.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, God.
But that could have been scheming and lies. It was King's Landing.
True. Anyway, so Luke just kind of nods to her and like, I don't think we'll have to march in Highgar anytime soon, but if it comes to it, you let me know.
I will let you know, yes. I will call upon you.
I'll give her another hug. He's a good man, sister.
He is. Suspiciously absent, but a good man.
I'm sure he's not scheming things.
So, just a couple feet away, just like in Adam's dreams, he is suddenly surrounded by Willis, Garland, and Loris Tyrell.
Look at his face.
This is, so...
I'm in danger!
The three brothers gesture excitedly, and appropriate numbers of pages and squires arrive. And Willis slings an arm over both of his brother's shoulders, and he says, "All three of your new brothers insist that you and that fine horse of yours I saw be appropriately attired for future visits, riding to and from Harrenhal and whatever else business keeps you on the road. Come, come." And he waves the servant boys over. First up, there is a fine saddle that is entirely dyed a deep, like, ox blood red.
That's quite
And is, chased with appropriate fancy little etchings and stuff. And every little, like, buckle and metal bit on it is plated in silver. So it's just like
Oh, wow.
shing, like super mega shiny.
Yeah.
And then also matching a very fine belt with a quiver, with again every like metal bit is silvered, and then a pair of boots that Willis hands to you personally, and you notice that the boots don't quite match. They have been custom tailored and modified as needed to maximize comfort and minimize the appearance of any leg issues that you two might share.
That's
Uh,
incredibly thoughtful.
Oh.
So, uh,
I mean, this, like, Adam will be like visibly moved and hug them all.
and all three of them are, giving you, warm smiles, and they all nod with his description of new brothers, etc., etc. So yeah, it's
Oh,
a it's a warm moment.
would this be an appropriate time to give them their gifts?
If
Well,
you've got them, they're all right there.
yeah, I'm thinking that.
Wow.
Or like, oh, it's like I didn't get Willis a separate thing. I didn't think to. So I'm just
Sorry.
immediately scrambling now.
Gotcha. He gets to fuck your sister. It's okay.
He's like, where was that book I was going to give you? Wait, Luke stole it.
Yeah, I don't have like encyclopedic knowledge of like canon books or anything, but like I guess.
Oh, this is why I had to make one up, because there are.
Yeah, let's oh, fuck.
Just list the ones that you have, and again, remember, you can give Willis his gift off screen. It's just fine, like
yeah,
it's okay.
yeah. I'll just like say that like Adam has like given Willis a like a
Sex one.
Stop. Like we'll say we'll like give it like
I'm sorry.
and like a very nice hawking glove in like green and gold leather. Sorted. There we go. Came up with it on the spot. He's giving Garland a pair of like very soft olive green lamb's leather riding gloves that have got deep crimson stitching, like contrast stitching on them, and a tiny gold rose embroidered on the left cuff and a tiny gold apple embroidered on the right cuff. And for Loris,
Garland gives you a large smile, and beams and talks about certain roads through Fossaway country that he can't wait to ride these through, etc., etc. And then he throws one down on the ground in front of Willis. He says, "I challenge you and steal your wife," and he whisks away to dance with Raina.
Oh. And for Loris, that's there's a gold knotwork cloak pin shaped like a majestic charging horse with emerald flowers in its mane.
Ooh.
Loris looks taken aback for a moment and is a bit speechless before he then musters up a Tyrell smile and makes appropriate courtly noises of gratitude, etc., etc. Willis, meanwhile, is grouching as he picks up the glove. He's done this for years. He just knows it's because it's hard for me to pick them up, the bastard. And he straightens up and dusts the glove off and puts it on the table where Garland left the other one, etc., etc. And then Willis hauls you into a hug. And yeah, so
He's hugged me twice already today.
he's a hugger. Get used to it.
Yeah, like Adam's a hugger too. Like like his love language is touch. So.
Real quick before the next round, you lot have been enjoying sausages and apple slices roasted in a creamy leek gravy, along with sister's stew in a crusty sourdough bread bowl, which is fish, clams, and crabs. Sister's stew is the name for kind of any sort of a clam chowder type of thing. And then a lamb and ale casserole with sharp goat's cheese. making our way through the list of the feast. Let's to Bela. Velena Toland approaches you, looking a bit flushed from the dance floor, and waving over a squire, who brings you over a shield. It is a castle forged shield of Bela's preferred type and size.
Okay.
She would have known or coaxed it out of you in seemingly unrelated conversation, right?
Yeah.
But the castle forged shield, the front of it is perfectly bare and smooth, leaving it for you to design. And she says, I wasn't sure exactly what you'd be settling on for the front, but, and as she hands it to you for you to like test the heft and stuff, you see that the interior of it, the inside of the shield, the backside, is blazoned with black and white swans.
Oh.
Says, let you remind you why you need to make it home. And she gives you a matter-of-fact nod.
That is.
Aw.
This is lovely. This is fantastic. And I hold it and I swing it around a little bit.
She's gonna want to wear it all night.
Ooh.
Like Bela immediately goes and gets her armor, and it's like, yeah,
Come on, fight me.
yeah.
Come on, Balin, don't be a pussy. Fight me.
But yeah, so and she says,
I'll win because I love you so much.
I know we're not quite sisters just yet, but I know we will be soon. And then
Aw.
So I'm imagining
Means a lot to me. You guys like her?
since Bela doesn't use a shield too much when on foot, for her, a shield has purpose when she's on horseback. And so, in this case, it's a kite shield to give more protection to the side of her body when she's either jousting or using a spear from horseback.
trampling people like
Yes.
you do. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I said, it's that shield. It's whatever kind she knows you say you like. 'Cause out of character, I couldn't remember if you used like a buckler or not. Because I know you can use some spears one-handed, and
Yeah.
anyways. But yeah, so she gets you there.
Yeah.
Lucaris,
Yeah.
you are approached by a tall blonde,
Which one?
Davin Lannister.
Oh.
He is waiting a little distance away.
Luke's gonna stand up.
After this is after you're hugging on Reyna and stuff. He's kind of
Yeah, this is
waiting
a
to
mess for Luke. Luke's gonna kill everybody who has seen him here tonight. That's a thing that's gonna have to happen. But for right now,
So he intercepts you on your way back to where you were sitting and stuff, and he has a small box. Looks maybe like a cigar box, right? Like that size, a little smaller, wood. And he opens it up. He says, "From my handsome cousin Tyrion and myself, in the hopes that we might yet find friends through shared interests despite divided histories." And you look down, and in this custom-shaped lined box is a set of 12 fine bone dice with the numbers inlaid in gold. And then he lays the box down, and you can use the lid of the box for a dice tray to roll in. And he kind of glances around and nudges you a little closer, and he goes, "Try these 6." And he grabs 3 and he hands you 3. 3 of them have hidden droplets of mercury to make them tend to land on 1s and 2s. 3 of them have hidden droplets of mercury to tend to make them land on 5s and 6s.
I love it. I
6
put
of
it
them,
too.
6 of them are perfectly true and
Yeah.
good and balanced. But yeah, he kind of gives you this, conspiring squire type of grin.
I give
as
him
he
a
shows you
grin
those
back,
couple.
and I go, I know I have prejudices against the name Lannister, but you and your and Tyrion have complicated matters in a good way.
I have been accused of that a bit this week. I will remind you, on any of your visits to Red Feather Keep or any of mine to Ghost Hill, I know which ones are which. And he looks closely down at the dice. Please.
Uh,
And
By
then
the
he
way, would you
offers.
be
and then
willing
he-
to extend an invitation to your was cousin Tyrion?
Yes.
Your cousin and yourself for my upcoming wedding. It would be interesting if they could make it down. If you could make it down there.
I'll send him a raven at once, and hopefully my uncle won't intercept.
And I'll keep in mind you remember which ones are weighted and which ones are true.
And he just gives you a fairly open smile and offers a handshake.
I give it back.
One of those like sincere handshakes, you know. Sweet.
Yeah,
so
Luke gives it back, which is, shaking hands with Lannisters. Not that he does that often.
Exactly. I take a photo in my brain.
So
There's evidence that some Lannisters are good. I told you, Luke.
3 dice for character generation, 3 dice for Space Marine armor saves.
Fantastic.
So there is that.
All right,
one.
let's sit down. Weighted dice.
But then also some not weighted dice,
And fair ones as well, yeah.
And out of character, like historically, they have found medieval dice with mercury hidden in them that made them fixed still. Like they still work to this day. Reyna, as Luke is ambushed on the way back to his table, you are waylaid by a few of the largest shadows in the room. As Woolly Will of the Bells is waiting for you at your table, along with Sir Oris Waters, the Aurochs.
She curtsies deeply.
Oris gives a
Gracefully.
bit of a bob of his head, and Woolly Will gives 2, as appropriate, for a humble hedge knight who is being humored by a noble lady. And then Woolly Will elbows Oris, and Oris holds out a book. It's not wrapped in fine silk, and you kind of wish that it was, as Woolly Will leans in, and he says, I had a reason once to borrow this from the Red Keep. Last I heard, Grandmaster Parcel's still looking for it, but it's an original, milady. And it is When Women Ruled, Ladies of the Aftermath by Archmaester Abalon, concerned with the women who ran the realm shortly after the Dance of Dragons. So it's
Just in case it comes up.
Politics and history, but like Spice Girls, politics and history. And he goes, so, anyways, here you are, my lady. Come upon it by luck, and I've never been one for letters this fine. 7 knows it's wasted on me on this lug. So, there's here. And then he kind of bobs his head and hobbles back a half step. Still getting used to those crutches and missing a leg.
Well, I am honored to have probably the only copy of this book in the world.
Not quite. So just to be clear, when it's an original, that just means it was one of them originally written by that particular Archmaester instead of like a copy by somebody else. So it is still like, it's probably not the original, but it's an original. Okay. Does that make sense? So, okay. But yeah, like it's a known.
Very honored to have it.
Yeah, and it's right, like first edition collectible type of vibe.
But I can also see why the maesters would be wanting to keep it behind the library doors.
So yeah, there is that. Yeah, Oris just looks a little sheepish, like Willie Will probably could have carried that himself. It's not as heavy as he made it sound. He did not need me for this. He's just likes bossing me around, right? But the pair of them are swiftly seduced away by Peacock, stuffed with potatoes, onions, leeks, and coarse black pepper, in a boar and venison gravy. And then the next dish, which is bacon wrapped trout, crisp and flavorful. So we're getting to the heavier courses here. Nummy stuff. Who's up next? With a gift.
I have something for Marjorie.
Alright. She is easy to find. Right this moment, she is dancing. Let's say with...
I mean, I don't want to interrupt someone dancing.
Well, I mean, like, as she is just getting done dancing. She's easy to spot. She is spinning on the dance floor with Sir Parman Crane. And you get there just in time for the song to finish. And she executes a flawless curtsy. And he executes a perfect bow. And then his sister Mary steals him back. And Marjorie is available.
Adam will present her with a Dornish rosewood jewellery box lined in wine red velvet, and the lid is inlaid with rose gold, garnet, and rose quartz, forming the shapes of a blossoming rose bush with 7 blooms, one each for her brothers, her parents, and her grandmother. Also, 7 is
is a good number in this society. We hear it every now and then in Westeros. It comes up once or twice. It's one of those really subtle things that only the real George R. R. Martin fans ever notice hidden in the text. So yeah, she is immediately starts to coo about it and talk about how this will fit perfectly here, and oh, look at this, and she points out some small detail, and it's ever so thoughtful, and the Tyrells know how to graciously accept presents. And you're definitely feeling like they all heckin' mean it with these. It's a good day. They all seem to be heartfelt, enjoying the generosity and returning it appropriately. I am out of specific, ready-to-be-name-dropped NPC gifts.
Okay. I mean, I have a few, but I can kind of summarize them if that is helpful.
No, it's fine. Everyone will munch on Cornish game hands in a garlic butter sauce as Adam tackles his next one.
Okay, so I've gotten something special for grandfather. Well, it's kind of 2 things, but they're a pair.
Sure.
Specially made map of the entire Nymerian lands as they are now, with gilded borders and features painted on. And its companion of the same size is a hand-painted Nymerian family tree with little portraits of each member above their name. And it ends at the bottom with the 4 siblings, but there is space to add spouses and children. And it goes all the way up through houses Targaryen, Martell, and Valyrian, ending somewhere at the top with someone impressive, like, I don't know, maybe like Jaehaerys or something.
I want a copy of that.
Jaehaerys is a good place
Neat.
to start.
He pauses for a moment, and very carefully, sits down. He goes, "We have them," and he looks at like the family tree, "to thank for all this. But I wish they could see how we did it." And as he says the "we," he runs a finger across the 4 of you at the very bottom of the family tree, which is almost giving you credit for something, and only one of you can hear it.
Oh my!
And the rest will never believe him.
Well, I thought it was quite exciting to...
I'm just imagining drunk Adam describing this, and everyone's like, "You're a fucking liar. He didn't do that."
Go to bed, Grandpa.
Fuck Look at Adam. This guy. He's always saying shit. The world is round. Grandpa gave us credit. All this nonsense.
So yeah, he looks genuinely touched, and just gives a kind of matter of fact nod, while then looking up at you. Yeah, definitely seems very pleased and touched. He doesn't even talk about using it to wipe his ass. Like there's no mention of it. He doesn't. No Queen of Thorns sass coming that way.
I'm quite relieved about that.
Yeah.
Like if everyone else does run out, I have a couple more, and then I've got like a kind of hand wavy general what kind of things are going to other people who are not named. If I can just I can just get them.
Everybody munches on some sliced potatoes, fried crispy in duck's fat.
Ooh.
That sounds yummy.
Oh my god, I love a potato.
Wedges.
Right?
I love potatoes.
All right.
I do want to give Bela her
a
present.
week of eating them. Sorry,
I give Bela a special gift.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like a thing. It's actually like a scroll with the seal on it, and I hand it over to her.
Oh.
And
Thank you.
like, and Will, you need more help than. Yeah. Okay. It's basically I'm signing over 100 soldiers and Sir Damon Sand into your service for a year and a day for him, but forever for them. They volunteered. They want to follow you.
Out of character, we'll worry about which 100, like what unit later. But yeah.
Thank you, sister. This means a lot.
You mean a lot. You are building something important, and I want to contribute.
And you do see Damon Sand is over there talking to Balin in a not quite "we've been waiting for you to hear" way, but you're like, they have been hanging out a lot at this feast,
Yeah.
so you get the feeling that maybe they were waiting for you to hear, right? But yeah, so he's waiting over there, and they're chatting.
That was really hard to keep that a secret until tonight.
I can imagine. Yes.
And I mean, I'm sending you Damon. He's like, it's worth 100 of those men put together.
He really has been impressive lately.
And he will continue to be so. And maybe he's also very Dornish. Like, I think that.
Someone House will respect.
Right? House
Yes.
will do well.
The Will Poppins will be like, okay, it's good.
Yeah, that works.
If you're sitting at a strong board, I'd be like, nah. He only had 8 Dornish peppers, dragon peppers. He didn't have enough.
I'll eat more.
Main course and other savory dishes are being whisked away, and they're getting ready for the wedding pie and associated other desserts, as Adam is giving away a couple more gifts.
Yeah. And really, like, this list only ended because I just ran out of time. Otherwise, I'd have had.
Like I said,
I'd have had a thoughtful gift for everyone. Like, I have had to for time. Had to just stop at some point and be like, right, here's some general ideas for other people.
yes, and it is perfectly fine. Remember, viewers, a lot of other gift giving is happening off screen. Nobody is being excluded or totally snubbed, unless somebody had written down, by the way, I don't give so and so, right?
Yeah.
And nobody hit me up with that, so we're assuming that everybody's getting along. And
Yeah, and like Adam would be putting a lot of thought into gifts in general. I just didn't have time to do all of it. So Adam Bridington, he's giving him a good new saddle with the House Bridington sigil embossed on it.
He beams and says, "That'll go lovely with this new horse Willis is giving me. I think it was Raina's idea, but yeah, it should be fine. Should be fine." And then I'm thinking, and he starts to go into like the logistics of how he's going to give his current horse to so and then so can use that war horse, and that means we've got this leftover one that one of the fuck, I just forgot her name from the Westerlands, the
Sure.
girl that you
Hill?
got, Westerling. Here we go,
Oh.
Jane Westerling.
Jane.
So he says, so then we'll have a spare horse for Jane Westerling, so she can go for a ride as soon as she gets to the towers, and right. But like he takes you through the military logistical shuffle of like,
so the girl can go riding.
yeah, and the horse at like the end is one that's always been like barely a war horse, right? It's like a super chill horse, and yeah, so he's like, so we can finally get rid of that gentle-souled nag by making sure, and like, so he walks you all the way down the list of.
I mean, like Adam like loves Sir Adam Bridington, so he could just listen to him talk quite happily anyway. It's all, and he's like perfectly interested in that. That last bit he's gonna notice. Also, I take it talking with her the other night went well.
Well enough. What name we put on it still makes me feel a bit sour, but she understands what it is and what it isn't, as well as I do.
Well, that's a good place to start. And I think at the very least the tower could do with some more company.
I suppose she'll be wanting fresh hay on the floor and probably a few tapestries and such. Well, she'll have her work cut out for her.
Well, a lot of ladies like those kind of projects.
Yeah, because they really have basically been half stable, half locker room for about 20 years now. So yeah.
Yeah, they're you could do much worse than it having a woman's touch for a little while. And he's giving Oris a black wool cloak with royal blue lining and a black shadow cut fur trim.
Oris
You'll be off gallivanting before long, so.
Yeah. Oris makes a point of talking about how it matches what he's wearing in a very like, look, see, because you told me that's what I should wear, and look at what I bought, right?
Yes, I see you paid attention. You look very handsome.
And he just mentions, he's like, got this just up Lannisport way. But, alright, this will be fine. Supposed to be tourney up in the Riverlands, close to neck. I guess it depends on if that, whatever it is, keeps her going. But, wet lands up there, it gets cold.
That was,
Good. And he, he doesn't, like tear up or whatever, but he's
no, it's not his way, is it?
acknowledges that it's thoughtful, and he immediately lets you know that he plans to use it, which is kind of practical,
That's a very him way to express, that he likes it. So like, by now Adam understands that is how he communicates.
And then he kind of snorts and he goes, someone might mistake me for a knight if they happen upon me on the road. Because most of his travel stuff is still pretty shabby.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they won't make the mistake of mugging you.
I haven't had that problem since I rode with you lot. That first time you guys all met and bandits tried to attack you.
Dumbass
You were
bandits.
all so little.
And I wasn't there.
Yeah, so I've got a special thing for like the siblings and Aunt Elia and Uncle Aurine.
Okay.
Everyone's getting a bottle of the like. 'Cause when Adam had his name day tourney, he specially got in like a crate of like Summer Island's rum, and he purposefully kept some of it to not be given it at the tourney, and he has spent the intervening year infusing them with dragon peppers. So all the siblings and Uncle Lorraine and Aunt Elia are all getting dragon pepper rum,
Nice.
and like
Adam,
well,
this is
no, don't mention it.
no, I'm gonna fucking mention it. Thank you.
I'd already procured it before the other day, so
We fought, but we're gonna fight. We're brothers. We fight. I still love you. You're still my brother. I'm still on your side. We won't always agree with shit, but that's just fucking what brothers do.
I had really hoped not to have this conversation.
We're having it right now. I'm emotional and I'm drunk, and we're having it right now.
All right, then.
I'm gonna grab Adam and hug him.
What you said was really cruel. Look,
I'm sorry. I felt similar about what you said, and those emotions, accurate or not, were what I felt. But you know what? At the end of the day, I'm still on your side. Whatever happens, I have your fucking back. We can disagree about shit, we can argue, but I'm on your side.
so you're not actually glad that I got hurt?
No. I was never glad. If I said that, then it was a shallow attempt to be cruel. And
you did because it is seared into my memory.
Then, yes, then I hope you can forgive me for being cruel. Because it was never my intention. I felt you're being cruel, and I may have seen similar, but, you know, it wasn't like I thought about. It wasn't a thing I think about when I go to bed at night. Because I'm always on your side.
Yeah,
and if I said something that was out of line, then I apologize, brother.
I will accept your apology. Just let's please don't do that.
They're gonna see us crying. We'll talk about this later, but just whatever happens between us, whatever I say, whatever we say, whatever we disagree about, I'm on your side. Like the mountain shows up, I'm here with you. The rest of that shit doesn't matter.
Please don't. You'll summon him.
I'll fight that. Yeah, but yeah, you're probably right.
Anyway, just enjoy and
just know that. If I say shit that I'm bad, and it's fine, we can talk about it later. But I'm always on your side, brother.
Thank you for that.
If anybody actually fucking hurts you or hurts you, fucking, I'm not gonna talk about it. But that's when they cross the line, and I'm fucking pissed off.
Well, just if in the future those paths cross again, please do not start trouble. I'm just gonna.
Okay. We'll discuss this later because I don't know if I get rid of that, but it will be to defend you, not to hurt you.
No, I understand. I understand. Just
I can fucking take it. I can fucking take him, right?
I thought we were supposed to not have this conversation.
No, you're right. Shit. And fucking,
You're right.
Uncle Oren's almost done flirting my fiancés, my bride to be. So we'll end this now. But
I mean, she's clearly besotted with you. It's fine.
Oh, I was not concerned. I just
open that up and take a swig and tell me if it's hot enough. It's been infusing for a whole year. I left the peppers in.
Yeah, let's take a fucking shot right now. Let's do this.
So if it's not spicy enough, give it another 6 months and try again.
I take a drink and I hand a drink to my brother.
Okay, I'll take a drink of it as
Now
well.
I know you were largely raised in the north. Are you sure you can handle this?
How absolute dare you?
Oh, very good.
And he'll just take a big swig of it.
I'm gonna laugh and pat his brother on the back a little too hard.
And the thing is that it will probably be too hot for him, so he'll be standing there like, yep, I'm fine, but his face is kind of starting to get like lobster pink.
And Luke downs it and goes, did you see what Orin and Uncle Montford gave me?
No? What?
This is an astrolabe. It belonged to Leda Valerian, the one who rode a Vagar.
Oh. Well, that's a piece of
Yeah.
history there.
Though Vagar did kill a Lucaris, so I don't know if how I should take this exactly, but
It may-
still.
Yeah.
That makes
Well,
it a
you know how he
perfect
is.
origin.
Viserys rode Vagar and Little Dark Sister. This is just, this is obviously Mom's name, and
Mm-hmm. It's a very beautiful piece.
okay. This is all I can deal without crying. So, brother, go over there.
All right, I'm going.
By the way, this doesn't mean I'm not mad at you about stuff. It just means that I'm always on your side, regardless.
No, I get it. I would perhaps advise you stop talking before digging the hole any time.
Yeah. No. No more words. I'm gonna just down the rest of this rum. That will sober me up real fast, and
That'll work.
it's a good shit, by the way. God damn.
It's gonna pass out now.
It cost more than most things at that tourney. It was very expensive. Let's not tell grandfather that I kept some of it.
Grandfather, I was a brave man. I have fucking shit to say to him, but I am not.
Well, you and me both. I'm sure we'll get around to it eventually.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, perhaps save it for sobriety.
Or not. They're both good options.
I don't know. I mean, if you wouldn't normally say it sober, but you want to now, I suppose. If you want it said, now's a good time.
No. Now is a happy time. I don't need my drama adding to it.
That's fair enough.
My insecurities when sister is having a happy day, it seems.
No, that's wise. And it's not like we're all departing in different directions tomorrow or anything.
Not quite tomorrow, no. But soon.
So you have time to deal with things that you need to deal with. But tonight we can just be cheerful. Be happy for our sister.
Yeah, I am.
If you'll excuse me a moment, I have some other gifts to distribute.
I give him a nod and a pat on the back.
The wedding pie is cut open by Lord Willis Tyrell. It's a large baked pie crust with live birds in it. Come flying out.
Can't cook these birds enough.
So an assortment of doves and sparrows go flying around. This is a Westerosi thing. I swear it is. It's like an auspicious thing, like if they stay alive or whatever. I don't know the logistics of it. I don't know if my assumption is that like it's not like baked for real long, right? But anyways,
Or at very low temperature.
Yeah. So an assortment of doves do in fact come flapping out of the pie and fly away just fine. Everything is good. It is auspicious.
Erica seems horrified by this, by the way.
And the actual desserts are also served because you don't like eat that one because live birds.
Yeah.
So
Probably all over the inside of it.
yes. So it starts with a mulled wine fire plum cobbler. So
Oh,
lots
nice.
of cinnamon and spices in a plum cobbler.
Sounds
With that.
very
Yeah,
Dornish.
you're
I'm
welcome.
gonna wave to Valeda as she's finishing her dance up. I'm sure with Orin.
She's been dead for a while. She gave your sister a present like 10 minutes ago.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yep, so she's good. They haven't been there.
Both Luke and I are rather drunk at the moment, so
I know. It's okay. So anyways, they are moving on to desserts, and Adam will move on to his next gifts.
Yeah, this is just like the kind of cover-all for everyone else. We can just assume that these are all more thoughtful than what I'm about to say, but just like
Sure.
just the cover-all for me is that like
Generation 1 Optimus Prime Transformer.
because like I would like definitely give like nice stuff to like Ned and little Robert and all that. So other people that have not already been named are getting things like extra special reserve Dornish wine if they are not, but like only to the people who are not from Dorne or living in Dorne.
Sure.
Bolts of Dornish silk for like particularly for the ladies to like here's a bolt of very nice cloth, do what you want with it kind of thing. Books about cool stuff. Like jewelry, but like almost all with like a flower theme. Small chests of tea that's like blended with like Dornish like edible flowers and fruit peel. It's like citrus peel and stuff like that. Fine leather work for like humans and like belts or gloves and boots, or leather work for horses like saddles and barding and things, and like nice cloaks. Like so, everyone else is getting things like that.
So speaking of how things are being given out to NPCs, whether they are named or not, unless you are specifically snubbing someone, is Adam specifically snubbing Elia?
No, he is not.
What does Elia get?
Something horsey, probably.
A 5-minute coupon to ride.
Not something insulting or backhanded.
Oh
like
no,
a
definitely not.
sincere gift. Okay, I figured if it was worth checking with anyone, it was going to be worth checking on
Yeah.
that one. So you make sure it wasn't like a horse statue that I break, or right. Like,
Oh
just
goodness, no.
we'll make
no.
sure. So okay, that was the
Yeah,
only
no,
one that I had a specific question that
I guess
might have gotten snubbed, and
No,
then
sorry.
like just a note saying you weren't supposed to be here, right, or whatever. Like, sorry, I didn't get you a present. You weren't supposed to come, right? Like, so I just wanted to double check. All
No,
right.
that's fine. Yeah, let's just like, because like like she's a horsey person and like seems to like practical things rather than decorative things. So it'll be a practical horse thing. I don't know.
Just some saddlebags or whatever.
Yeah, something like
It's
that. Yeah,
all right. Like I
with
said,
the,
just check.
with like the Martell sunburst on them, or like just it's like something. It's more than generic. It won't give anyone anything generic.
Okay. Enjoy your apple cherry tarts, everyone.
Oh yeah.
And then the final course is prepared. It is a creamy golden rose pudding made with cream, cinnamon, and ginger, thick with chopped dates and pine nuts on it,
That's
like a crumble or a crust on top, but then it kind of mixes in when you eat it. So that is the last of the food that is prepared and brought out. Plenty of drink yet remains well into the evening. There, this is the heir to the liege to whom red wine owes allegiance. So they've got plenty of stuff from the arbor This is the heir to House Nymerian, so there's plenty of stuff from Wyvern's
I
Red.
imagine there's 2 big barrels of Nymerian red, and then the Arbor, and it's like, which one do you want?
There is an assortment of ciders from both branches of House Fossaway. One of them is more heavily spiced than the other. The other claims to be the traditional house recipe, but there's a more appley one versus a more kind of cinnamony. So like there are beverages aplenty. This is probably the highest class, most booze party you could kind of have in this setting. Honestly, with our homebrewed inclusion of House Nymerian and looking at who the rest of the guests and hosts are, like, yeah,
I can-
nobody's hurting.
High quality booze.
Yeah, so there is no shortage of beverages.
I'm going to say Luke is
yeah.
toasted.
All right. Anybody else have any other gift giving in mind?
Like, I do have one, but it's for like later. It's not to be given at the party.
Okay.
And I have gifts for my siblings that are in their rooms.
Okay.
They've been to the
Hey, I want to talk to Lady Valina when we get a moment, but I don't have a gift for her. Because I already gave her a gift.
You guys think about it for a minute. I gotta run AFK. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. Sorry, buddy. But we will.
Boo!
So you guys can just role play or figure out presents if you've got any last minute things.
Yeah,
You want
Luke
to say you got.
is deep in his cups emotional at the moment if he wants to go visit him.
I find him adorable when he gets like this, actually. But
And I'm very curious about what you've left in our rooms.
Yeah, me too.
Poisonous scorpion for each of us.
Like, dance, motherfucker!
All right. Animal handling. Here we go.
I don't know.
Let's squish it with a boot.
And I'd be like, get out of here, I'm sick of you gaining all that.
Get out of here, scorpion! Get! I'm not that impressed with you. Get out of here! The scorpion's like, oh, okay, bye. No, you like scuttles
fine.
off. It's like, fine, fuck you. Which is like the scorpion version of flipping you off.
You know, I am always surprised at how emotional Luke gets when he drinks.
This is because a lot of the base of Luke's character is just me, and I get emotional when I drink. But don't tell anybody. Don't string this part. We're editing this out, right?
We'll edit it right out of
Yeah.
there.
Yeah,
Robert,
no
it's
one
a
will see
marshmallow.
it.
Right. Okay, good.
Robert, it's a marshmallow. Snow cube.
Shut up. Shut up, Felicia.
Yeah, okay,
Oh,
fine.
wow.
Yeah.
Felicia.
But also, you're accurate.
Back.
We just made each other laugh for
I
a
heard.
minute, that's all.
I was aware.
I can't believe so and so made an alliance with so and so.
Is anything else planned before the nominal end of feast, which is to say, the bedding ceremony?
Okay, there's dancing with all of my brothers-in-law. My brother, Adam,
Aw.
if he wants to dance. I don't know if he dances or not anymore.
Who?
Adam.
Adam definitely dances. I mean, he's not like super good at it, but as long as it's not too fast, he's fine. He's like passable.
Well, then I will dance with both my brothers, and I will. I will bask under the warm regard of my grandfather, which is not that warm, but it's as warm as it gets.
He seems to mostly be I mean, he's making polite-ish conversation with people that come by. He just seems kind of relieved at the moment. Like this happened. It's going well. Elia was a little bit of a wild card, but like she didn't stab anybody. They gave her some jewelry. Like it's that's neat. Like
A lot of
like
his plans are culminating right
yeah.
now.
And he's like Oberyn didn't jump out of the pie instead of
You're
Rose
out of the bushes
and
to
start just
stab someone.
stabbing people. Like
Just a
Or
spear kind of
throwing
comes out.
ingredients.
yeah,
Like
right.
confetti.
Just comes leaping out. Yeah. So he just seems to be kind of mellowly enjoying that like something on his list has been crossed off and
Uh-huh.
it's going smoothly, and not just smoothly but like also his
Swimming.
grandkids are happy and that sort of thing. So he's doing pretty good tonight, it looks like. So go ahead, Ash.
I've realised just in time that there was another thing that I was going to do. Because like made a point of getting little Robert some dancing lessons with Marjorie the other day, and I'm gonna make sure he uses them.
Okay.
Like
He can
Adam
dance
is-
with me.
no, I've got a specific person in mind.
Yeah. No,
Because
you're
I'm-
gross.
Gay.
I
You're
would
old.
like,
People, woman, gay.
I would like Adam to carefully and subtly get him and Lady Alicent Bulwer to dance with each other, because that's what the whole
Ooh.
dance is about. That's
That was his
Yeah.
goal.
that was the goal I was working towards. So I'm not sure in what
Yeah.
order to do that. If like getting Lady Alicent to dance with me first and kind of warming her up, like
There
and
you
kind
go.
of talking him
Uh,
up, and then
she
get him to cut in.
Yeah,
Maybe.
she is certainly available because she is of an age of the handmaidens that are being shyly danced with by squires, except for Alan Ambrose and his betrothed. I don't know if you guys have heard, but
God.
they're engaged. They like each other.
I heard they were
They've been-
together, right?
So they've been at it for a bit. But like she's of an age of those kids, but she's the lady of a noble house.
Yeah.
So she should only be approached by her nominal peers, except that status-wise her peers are old men that she's being kind of protected from to large extent, right? So she's kind of just being left on the sidelines. So when you approach, she very eagerly, though still, graciously, she doesn't like chug her wine and hike up her skirts or whatever, but she looks very pleased at being asked, because there's not a lot of people here that are close enough in age to ask her and close enough in status, and you happen to be one of them. That's
I will be
close
very
enough.
courtly about it.
So she is certainly available, and you are able to dance with her for sure.
Yeah.
Um,
I would like to basically sort of use some subtle charm to steer the conversation onto my friend Little Robert, who is a fine squire and has done
You know whose dick's massive.
gonna
Little Rob,
Yeah, no,
little Robert.
she's not that kind of girl. She's very shy.
She's very sweet.
so he is also quite available because he has not screwed up the courage to ask anyone to dance.
Yeah.
Because his
I don't know how to
assumption
work
is
with her of,
this is
when I finish, I'm going to dance with her, and when you see me finish, it is your chance. You better come up and ask her to
yeah,
dance.
and you can end the dance next to him, or there's ways you can definitely do it. So
Definitely going to
he is,
engineer it.
yeah, he is certainly available. You guys see Desmira Redwine, because the later in the night it gets, kind of the more it's some of the kids are finally had enough to get their courage up. You see Tanton, Brian,
we're going
and
late.
Edwin Fossaway kind of arguing over who gets to ask out Desmira Redwine. Like they're all looking at her and like trying to figure it out. And meanwhile, she is dancing with Garland Tyrell, their brother-in-law, uh, and you see that
Setting the bar high there.
yeah. So, um, but yeah, lots of that is going on. You can see several like sets of brothers that are like, I'm oldest, and trying to figure out like who gets to go first and that sort of thing. Uh,
Adorable.
you do see Mary Crane dancing with Davin Lannister. You do not see Aunt Elia dancing with anyone.
Whether she's present but not dancing with anyone, or that she's gone.
She's present. She's hanging out and drinking, and she's chatting tactics with a couple of your bannermen and that sort of thing. But she doesn't seem to want to engage in
No,
courtly
you
northern
gotta
dancing.
lead them by like 100 yards or so. Unless they zigzag, which I don't recommend.
So that's going on, and yes, you are able to to deposit the young lady of House. I just forgot because it's written down right
Bulwer.
in front of me. There we
Bulwer.
go, Bulwer. You are able to end your courtly dance right next to her, and she is appropriately flushed and enjoying herself and having a good time.
Yeah.
And then you're able to just give a bit of a look, and little Robert Frey does down the last of his wine
Excellent.
and like sets it down, and he's like you've seen him less nervous to like murder someone with a longbow, right?
Yeah.
And then and he so he does
Yeah.
so he does come up and ask her out. His voice breaks once in the middle of asking, but she very certainly does not seem to notice it.
Yeah. Like,
And
Adam's look's going to be very much, you have got this, but don't fuck it up.
yeah,
But
so yeah,
mostly you've got this. Really.
so she will dance with him. You do see, as you are kind of big brotherly leaving the dance floor area and like, yeah, I did it.
I did a good job.
Uh, you see Edric Dane very slowly and patiently walking Elia Sand through a courtly northern dance. She is bumbling and stumbling and complaining, and she's like, "This is dumb. The balance is all wrong. I can't stab someone like this," and that sort of thing. But he is patiently walking her through it. Everyone is giving them lots of room, like you tend to do with kids at the dance floor. So there's that going on.
That's a whole lot of trouble waiting to happen.
You see Lyle Craycall dancing with Alysanne Mormont, looking for someone of a size in order to cut a rug with. Lord Bryce Caron and his lady Iris, of course, are on the dance floor. You see Sir Nathan Lugas take the first dance with his sister, Ludviga. And then you guys see Sir Garrus, or sorry, Lord Garrus, kind of making the rounds. He seems to be a very popular one for the ladies to approach this week. So Lord Garrus Waterstone of
Is
Castle
a
Stonewell.
tall glass drink water.
He he and Renly Baratheon are the two that you see dancing with the most different partners. You think like no one's like keep an exact score, but you do see the pair of them gallantly, asking quite a few young ladies to dance. I'm trying to just see if there's anything else of note. You
Serena.
you do not see Adam Bridington dancing with his
Jane.
Jane. with Jane Westerling. Apparently, he still might be a little, or she might be a little put off by that age gap. You do see Elena Westerling very matter-of-factly approach Damon Sand and shoot her shot. And you get the feeling that she was like doing math. She's like, he's a bastard. He can't say no. Like you think that might have been what decided it for her. Is that she was like looking and like, you know, these other highborn squire lads and stuff, they could say no and I would be embarrassed and they might have heard about our family and blah 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 blah. So but yeah, so she cuts a straight line for Damon Sand. Spurred on by that, the next dance, you see Jane Westerling approach Oris. So it looks like maybe she wanted to follow her sister's lead and not be one-upped by her little sister, and might have just found another bastard knight scaled appropriately
Just be like, she's bigger.
for she and Elena's size difference. So it looks like those two are kind of playing it safe and going for fairly low ranked gentlemen instead of going for squires of higher birth and more likelihood of cruelty.
Wait, so
And
did
that-
Nick accept? Or did
Yes.
he not work? Okay.
No, yeah, he did. Yeah, no, he did.
I was gonna have words if he did that.
Yeah, no, he very politely accepted, danced very carefully, because he is a bastard that knows to still just, you know, he knows that the Dornish have a reputation, and is being very careful up here in the north. But yeah, so it looks like those two are going for kind of safe targets, right? They're looking for ones that, and you're left with the impression that at other dances back home in the Westerlands, they may have been rebuffed or heard squires joking afterwards, or right, like just, you know, kids can be mean. So
Yeah,
they're definitely playing it a little bit safe. At one point, Septon Jim insists on a dance with Bela and Reyna.
Excellent.
at the same time.
He takes his turns.
Play ya.
And actually, he and the Strong Sider will trade twins. So the two of them approach together, and each of them will ask one of you to dance, and then at the end, they will swap. So Adam Bridington swears off, and it just says, nope. I wouldn't want to hurt your gowns. I wouldn't want to stomp on your feet. My old legs are only good for saddles these days, and like he completely begs off. But a couple of your other bannermen go for it. Let's see. Just looking for any other kind of notable dancing that might go on. And I'm not having a whole lot jump out at me. All the Tyrell boys are popular targets. You see that Sir Garland, just before the feast is nominally over, you do make sure that he gives his last dance to his wife, despite gallantly accepting dance offers from all and sundry, including each of them taking a turn with their lovely sister Marjorie. But he definitely does dance with his wife last. Let's see. Had someone else in mind, and now I don't remember who it was. Oh, Lord Beric Dondarrion asks the Queen of Thorns to do him the tremendous honor of, and he gets a roll thrown at him, and to shut him up in the middle of it, and she just waves him away. And he goes back over to Renly and Bryce Caron and Red Ronnet Connington,
And they pay up.
and they're all like, "That didn't count. You didn't finish the offer." He's like, "It would have been rude. I will never force myself on a lady." And they're all drunk enough to laugh about it. You do see a hint of a blush on the Queen of Thorns as Beric is driven off.
Wait,
and
she,
her-
did.
yeah.
She danced with Adam, so clearly Beric's just not her.
So yeah, there's that. Let's see. Serena Lannister does dance with Lord Garrus at one point. She and Mary Crane are both kind of popular targets, including for some of the bolder, older squires, because they're both pretty ladies and of high enough birth that it's not insulting to either of you. But you're pretty sure you see Serena and Garrus dance more than once.
Good.
I think that's gonna be about it for dancing that's jumping out. So as the dancing is starting to wind down a bit, Luke and Adam, you are approached by
Here it comes.
by Loris and Garland, along with Beric Dondarrion and Red Ronnet Connington.
Rose.
And as they approach, you see that Edric Dane is staying off to the side, and Renly is recusing himself, maybe because he's like a head taller than most of you, so it might just be a logistical thing. But yes, your new brothers and the Stormlander Bro Squad approach with drunken glee, and they think that it is time to ambush your sister.
Cool. Let's do this shit.
So
the Westerosi version with a thumbs up.
So Luke is in. Adam, are you going to take part?
I mean, Adam's gonna look visibly really awkward, but will acquiesce.
I mean, there is the out. You do have like Ned and Renly hanging out on the sideline. So
You know what? I think Adam will also recuse himself and blame his
Okay.
leg. He'll be like, I'm not going to be a sturdy surface for carrying.
I'm going to slowly move towards Reyna, like secretly, to the crowd,
Be
like a shark. The Jaws theme is playing.
Meanwhile, Bela, you are approached by appropriately scandalously impish Marjorie Tyrell, Desmara Redwine, Mary Crane, Serena Lannister, and
Is Aunt Elia involved in this?
no, she's gonna watch, and Valena Toland. So the assortment of unwed and generally available girls, and there is still Alla, Eleanor, and Mega, both of the Westerling girls, kind of in their wake, but you know that they're just gonna kind of be part of it and be laughing and cheering and not actually doing much lifting. But yes, you are flanked by that giggling malicious crew. And they're like, I think it's time to fill our hands with Tyrell. And Marjorie's like,
Oh my god!
like Marjorie's gives Mary a swat. And she's like, what?
I swear, if Mary cops a feel,
She will.
Yeah.
That's definitely gonna happen.
Like kidding.
You'll be utterly unsurprised. What are you like? What are you
Yeah, I'll
swearing?
be very
Yeah.
unsurprised.
Mary gonna marry. That's all we got.
So yeah, Bela, you are being offered to be swept into that. At a glance, you don't see Ludviga Lugas taking part. She and Joy Hill are both on the sidelines. They're of an age that if you wanted, you could wave them over and include them. But it looks like those two initially were not invited or may have been invited and said no. Is Bela going to try to drag those two along?
I'll
or at least
wave
wave them
them
over.
over, and if they still don't come, then it's their choice.
Okay. Joy Hill, like, literally looks around like, me? Right? She does this kind of, like, looking over her shoulders, and then she darts over. As soon as it, like, twigs to her what's going on, she runs over to hurriedly be included. Ludviga Lugas needs to get physically shoved by her brother. Like, you wave at her, and she takes a half step back, and he's like, Ludviga, we talked about this, right? Like, no, you can do this, and she's tall enough that,
As
like,
this
she'll
Lucas
actually
is, we don't like
show-
to assault women, but in this case, it's okay.
but, like, she's up there, you know, with, like, you and Velena, in like size, so, like, she'll be handy for this. So yeah, she does as well. Do you also wave over Aunt Elia, because she is an available, nominally maiden, right? You know, just like she's single.
She gets the
So
same
you're
treatment. I
gonna,
just give her the wave, and then she can make up her own mind.
all right. She just cheerfully toasts you, and goes back to her drink, leaving the games to the younger ladies. So yeah, things get suspiciously quiet for a
So
moment.
Luke is gonna casually approach his sister.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of a
Who's
lull in
doing what?
conversation. Everybody's gotten quiet. So
Raina?
Luke approaches Raina.
She tilts her head and has this sudden look on her face like, shit.
Luke grins and grabs her and pulls her onto his shoulder the way only someone with Athletics 5 can do.
I got one. I got one.
I got one!
Ah!
Yep.
No.
And
Get back to bed. Get back to bed.
she is then hefted higher by a whole bunch of drunken knights at her party, and some shoes come off, and yeah, people are chanting like, to bed, and
Come on, boys, get out the clothes.
you hear
What?
Marjorie.
She's not getting married again. Tear the shit up.
No!
You hear Marjorie's sing-song voice just as Willis is jumped, and she's like, "Make grandmother a great grandmother," and like immediately grabbing Willis. The girls are more immediately handsy, because in Westerosi society, stripping a man is less of an insult and assault and implied threat, etc., etc. So this largely good-natured gathering is more aggressive when it comes to starting to peel the clothes off of Willis.
Luke is gonna nod to the band, and they're gonna start playing "The Bear and the Maiden Fair."
And let's see, Bela, you're there.
Something drunk knights can sing along to.
Yeah. You're there as the mob of horny young ladies is grabbing Willis, and as he's lifted up off his feet, you see that he'd already taken one of his boots off. So it's like he wanted to make it a little easier and go a little easy on that leg. So like he knew it was coming, and seems to have already kicked that off himself, just for safety's sake. But yes, everybody is drunkenly roaring. Everyone is on their feet and laughing and cheering.
The bear, and the maiden fair.
And a trail of garments are left down different hallways as you are whisked away from opposite ends of the feast hall, so that there's room for each mob in the hallway. So there's two trails of clothes that join as one. One
I
heart,
wave goodbye
one
to
body,
my
one soul.
grandfather.
Sorry, sister, tradition.
Because you are being carried on the shoulders of a mosh pit, you have the best line of sight, Raina. Grandfather smiles. Grandfather smiles like he thinks this is funny and fun, and he is happy. And you don't think anyone else in the room saw it, but you're up high, and you've got that vantage
No,
point.
just tear the dress. It's fine. So getting up, she's not gonna get married again. Come on,
She wants to like keep it to remember. She doesn't want it destroyed.
rip.
It was very expensive.
It's very expensive.
And so they are whisked away. In the middle of the handsy mob is Lyle Crakall, the strong boar, not helping with carrying, but watching, just making sure that nobody's getting too handsy.
Good.
And he's singing along with everybody, but you can tell that he is paying close attention.
I will nod to Lyle Crakall.
In sworn
just a
sword.
little smirk, like, yeah, we're good.
In sworn sword way. All right.
I'm just imagining like Adam sat with like Renly and they'd be like, well, here goes nothing. You ever seen a ghost? Just like, this is awkward. Let's talk about something else.
Let's see.
Endurance roll for
Yeah.
for all this.
This Willis guy, lucky motherfucker, right?
Shut up, Luke.
He's got her on his shoulder.
Oh, God. Sorry, Eric. It's
Oregon, I'm sure.
Shut
I
up.
take, I take no pleasure in this, sister.
Bullshit.
Grin.
Erica, go ahead.
No, I was.
Oh.
Erica put a thing in the chat that, and I was like, no, actually, that's
Oh.
perfect. Like, sometimes I have visions. I've been sitting there like fucking Call of Trades.
Sorry, I thought Erica was trying to talk. So yeah, everything goes swimmingly. There are peals of laughter. There's off-tune singing. There's all the wrong words. There's a couple guys, stumbling. A couple of the girls, almost tripping on their dresses as they are hustling and laughing and giggling, and ogling. And yeah, the happy
Hey,
couple-
one squeeze only.
The happy couple is dumped naked right in the bed. Both crews, like, there's a bottleneck at the doorway.
Is
But the ones
is
that are-
Bela with the women group holding Willis?
I think so.
I'm gonna nod to her as we meet back up in the wedding bed
Room.
Okay.
room.
Like, what are you doing?
Toss him in bed.
All right. So the wedding couple are tossed out of the bed, laughing. Luckily, it's a really big bed because you're in High Garden and everything is nice and comfy. So they are both tumbled down amidst laughter and good spirits. And quickly, everyone else is whisked out of the room. And,
All right, show's over. Get the fuck out of here, everybody.
And the door to the honeymoon suite is slammed shut matter-of-factly, unlike Raina's legs.
Wow.
Romance.
What the hell?
What?
You always ruin it.
I don't ruin anything.
Fight him,
He's a ruiner.
right?
Always just has to put it in the gutter. Always.
He does.
Yeah.
Always like, yeah.
It's like,
Yeah,
well,
I-
it's true.
It's just who I am as a person.
And so, the rest of the night is spent in a couple very different ways. There are the closing dances of the feast, as the last couple people that wanted to dance will screw up their courage and ask someone, and as some of the older couples kind of get in a last dance together, the middle-aged 25-year-olds, that sort of thing. But yeah, the married couples kind of take back over later in the night as things are calming down after the bedding ceremony. A lot of people start to slip away after the bedding ceremony. A couple slip away together from the hallway outside the bedding ceremony. like the couple are deposited, and then a few people just like leave in groups. So the party winds down. A pleasant night is had by all. You lot don't leave High Garden the next day. It's traditional, you get a little time after the wedding to kind of chill out. Um, you do have a long trip, so you lot are expected, traditionally, to be among the first to leave, because it's kind of like, I gotta go home. I got shit to do, right? Like I need to go. I need to go manage a realm. Um, but yeah, okay, go ahead, Ash.
Yeah, so Felicia mentioned earlier that there were things left for us in our rooms. Is that a thing we're going to reveal now?
Right, right. Um, in Lucaris's room, there is a obviously large painting that is wrapped in paper or silks or whatever, you know, and uh, and it's got like front to you, front right, attached to it, and when you cut it open or rip it open or whatever, uh, it is a large painting, and it is the view from like Red Feather Tower, looking out at the ocean,
Oh,
and there's like a ship, and there's a dragon flying in the sky. All right.
nice.
This was to me.
For Adam, it's a
Yeah,
similar
that's what
theme. It's just, I can't give these to you guys in public because those are flat out. That's a dragon, not a wyvern.
Yeah.
Luke will observe this, and he'll take Valeda's hand again as he puts the astrolabe next to it. He's had a night.
Yep. And Adam's painting is it has a similar theme, but the dragon is actually like draped over the walls of Wyvern's Rest,
Oh.
like it's resting because you're going away from home again, and you know, Bela's dragon is actually at will. Our I remember when we were going in, when we rode into Will, there was like a narrow, like, it felt like it's almost like going to like the area where it was like narrow.
Yeah, it's very much narrow passes on that end of the stoneway. Yeah.
All right. And I remember that like in my head, those memories are pretty clear. So it's actually of it's not flying, it's like clutched on the wall of the side of one of those of the passage.
Kind of climbing the sheer cliff.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Oh,
And
nice.
they're all the same dragon. I mean,
Is it
not
a
that
red
y'all
dragon?
compared notes yet, but you will be. Huh?
I was assuming that it was the red dragon that that Adam had visions of. That
It's a red
so
dragon. Yeah, that's that
Yeah.
dragon. It's
Cool.
the-
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Like when, sorry, I didn't interrupt you there.
No. I mean, they're all just they're of a size, and they're for your different homes because you're not all. I mean, Luke's gonna go get married, and then you'll all be gone.
Mhm.
And I'll be going back and forth between here and between home and High Garden, and these are just little
That's very
gifts.
sweet. Spoiling us.
I know.
When Mr. Ferris kind of turns up with Adam's sweet sleep, he's going to show him that painting and be like, Wayne gave me this, isn't it awesome?
So yeah, those are going to be cool paintings for people to hang in their chambers shortly. First, though, there is the trip home, and most of you are traveling together. Lucaris, would you like to take Felena Toland with you on Uncle Roy's boat?
I would.
I would.
Okay.
He'd also emotionally explain the meaning of the astrolabe he got.
Yeah,
Like,
I-
he's kind
I
of like,
understand.
like Also, that was my mother's name, and I barely remember her, but I remember her, and it's just you get still pretty good.
Yep. And so, okay, go ahead, Ash.
Well, like, firstly, well, questions first is Mr. Ferris going to be traveling back with us?
Yes.
Is Septon Jim going to be traveling back with us?
Yeah, you are all traveling back except for Luke and Velena Toland. Oris is actually going to be traveling with you lot and helping look after Wooly Will. So
Okay.
yeah, like Willis
I-
is traveling with you guys. He is going to come and so that he can be in Dorne for Luke's wedding, which is slated for shortly after everyone gets back to Dorne. But yeah, Willis is coming with you guys. The other Tyrell boys are staying behind.
Okay.
Uh,
Adam has a letter to give to Sir Uthershep to take
okay,
to well, to
okay.
take back with him.
To the Vale, yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Against many people's better judgment, Adam has written a short response to the letter he got.
okay.
And is going to hand that over to Uthershep, because that's the person who's going that way.
Yeah, there's a couple of them. There's 3 of them that are headed back to the Vale.
Yeah.
So,
It's like 2 minutes worth of reading if you want me to like say what it says.
okay, go ahead.
Okay. So he's just put L. I probably should not be writing this, let alone sending it, but I cannot help myself. Please forgive me. You need not reply if you don't want to, and this will be my last letter to you unless you say you wish it not to be. There's so much I want to say to you, so much that I want to ask, though it pains me that I cannot have answers. I told myself to keep this brief, so must leave most of it unsaid, as much as I hate to do so. I do not understand the decisions you have made or your motivations. I wish you had trusted and respected me enough to talk about it in person. So much unpleasantness could have been avoided, and if that means nothing to you, you could have at least had much more gold. I never asked for anything more than basic respect and your companionship where possible. It disappoints me deeply that you consider that too much to give. I did not think that would be much effort for you, or at least that the benefits would be considered worth it. I want to believe that you misunderstood, or that you feared repercussions from my family, or that you're unaccustomed to being cared for and reacted rashly. I believe that you do care for me in your way, and so even though I am full of anger and sorrow right now, I cannot bring myself to hate you. You said you'll leave me alone, but alone is the last thing I want to be. I will respect your wishes, but I want you to know that I do not need or want you to stay away. Your well-wishing is appreciated, but I do not hold any hope for happiness elsewhere, not anymore. I have met men like us, both young and old, and have seen little evidence that men like us get to be happy, at least not for long. If you ever decide that what I asked for is no longer too much, or if there was simply a misunderstanding about what you thought I expected, I would be very content to pour all I have to give down the well of your want. At the very least, know that I do not regret the time we had together. I bear you no ill will, and as long as I draw breath, I will not allow anyone to do you harm if I have the power to prevent it. You are welcome to visit Harrenhal once I take up residence there if you're ever so inclined. I remain, as ever, your humble servant if you have need or want of me. Yours, hopefully, A. And it's like a my dearest, Angelica type moment. P.S. Keep the favour if you like. May it protect you, bring you good fortune, and inspire you to act with honour.
Okay. Yeah, Uthershep immediately reads it aloud. No, I'm just,
Yeah.
so yeah, it is. Yeah, he gives you an appropriately like serious and knightly look of like I will make sure that this is taken care of.
Yeah.
And yeah, it will be delivered.
Cool.
Anything else?
No, that was that. Like if Septon Jim and Mr. Ferris are coming with us, then like the conversations that I had planned for them can happen any time on the journey, basically.
Okay. To be clear, what I'm planning is to skip the journey home, and next session we're gonna do a month of taking care of stuff at home, and
I see.
then going to Luke's wedding. So
Are they coming with us on that?
I'm assuming they're both invited.
That's probably I guess it's probably fit. With Septon Gems can wait more. Like with Mr. Ferris, like I just kind of wanted to like give him a little something.
Okay.
It was just it's kind of it's not quite an IOU or anything, but like my plan was like that on the wedding night, like when Ferris like kind of came to bring him his sleepy time tea, that he'd give him like essentially like a kind of I don't know what the equivalent in world is of like kind of like a rip for a thing that is already paid for, but like basically what he's giving him is like once we return to Wyvern's Rest, you can pick any text that you like that you want from my library, and it will be copied for you. Like he's like paid for someone to like copy one of his books, as a thank you for like being kind and like listening to him and kind of taking care of him when he's been at his lowest.
So a really heartfelt Kinko's gift card.
Well, I think
Which is actually like really heartfelt and appropriate, as it turns out, in this setting. It's just
Well,
like
the thing is,
it's just
like he'll explain that because like he doesn't know him super well. I mean, like they've worked together a bunch, but like it's been a quite professional relationship. So, he'll be like, like I expect you have read many books, and I didn't want to assume that something I would think to give you would not be something that you were not tired of already. So, this is me. Let like you can just run amok in my library, to the tune of like one book of your choosing.
He looks very pleased. The maesters are kind of treated like furniture at gift exchanges and stuff. So like, it's the only thing he got tonight because the maesters are just kind of parts of the house, But yeah, so
Like, he's been he's been very kind to Adam this week, and like Adam wants to like show him that he's appreciated.
All right. He accepts it and very graciously.
Build his giant wheel, Adam. Ferris, that is. Mr. Ferris.
And so, the trip home. You guys might want to be ready to write something down.
Oh shit.
Okay. The mountain attacks everybody individually.
Luke, Velena, and Uncle Orain sail down south and around Dorne, and it's lovely views because you're basically going all along southern Dorne for the ride home.
So we will both enjoy the trip and work on that air situation.
You are being taught how to run a sailing vessel by your uncle.
I figure it's both what Luke wants to know, but also a lot of work. And he's like, this is hard.
It's not that hard. Uncle Orain does it all the time.
I'm sure he's good at something.
So, Lucaris, you have +1 bonus die on sailing-related tests.
Okay.
As you lot are riding home, Bela, you have some time on the voyage to read over some of the books you got, and that coupled with discussions with Sir Balin Swan and Sir Damon Sand, who has been tutored a surprising amount by your Uncle Oberyn, not just taught to fight, but clearly has some historical knowledge, and associated other conversations, including Adam Bridington, and even Grandfather Makar pipes up a time or two. You have +1 bonus die for strategy. So that warfare specialty, give yourself another +1.
Okay. 2 bonus dice now.
Adam, you notice that Maester Ferris is spending a lot of time with you on this trip back to Dorne. Your grandfather is traveling well enough. Mr. Ferris checks in on you pretty often to see if you need some help with the sleepy sleep, drinky drink. But then he just falls into the habit of you two hanging out most evenings. Give yourself +1 bonus die in stewardship, that
Oh,
status specialty. And Raina, this isn't a joke about getting fucked, but is you get +1 bonus die in breeding,
Ah!
but it's not meant as a verb. It's just that is the knowledge and customs and etiquette, etc., skill. As your social stock goes up, and you've had practice in courtly matters, and you and Willis are comparing notes on the ride back about some of the niceties of Westerosi fancy boy culture, etc. So you also have +1 bonus die to the reputation specialty of
Oh.
status. So the bonus die of reputation is for getting married in high profile wedding of the season. The +1 bonus die in breeding is, again, not just a joke about having lots of sex. It's just another specialty of status that you got a little bit better at.
Can I just quickly check? Is there a maximum to how many bonus dice you can have?
Your ranks in that core thing. So in this case, your ranks in status.
Yeah, whatever
Okay,
happens to be.
I already had 3 bonus dice in stewardship. What do
Okay.
I do with this new one?
Don't do it then. Just give yourself a +1 pip on all status rolls.
Okay.
So,
I have 3 bonus die in reputation now. That's pretty badass.
with that, we will be back in a couple weeks, everybody.
We will.
The plan, like I mentioned, is going to do one quick round of some House Fortune rolls, Nymerian lands only. So, one of you per thing, will be rolling, but the rest of you will be free to assist. And we're going to do a month of that, which isn't actually going to take a full month, but that's the prep time for Lucaris's wedding. So we're going to do the fortune rolls, and then go straight to our very Dornish wedding.
It's going to be
Ghost
Party
Town.
Central, by the way. Bring your, I don't know, condoms, whatever you got.
So that should be next session, and then we will see how much of it we get.
I look forward to Luke being more of a marshmallow because it's going to be emotional.
So thank you for hanging out, everybody. I hope that you had a good session and have been enjoying this arc as much as we have. And I hope to see everybody back here maybe in 2 weeks. Like, it's the day after Chris. But so we'll just see, because I know some people might be traveling or whatever. We will figure it out. But thanks for hanging out, everyone, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
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 Bye.